is episode 141 of whatever the hell this is. The longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. June 23rd, 2023. Very exciting. It's 2023, Eric.
This is stupid.
Oh, I have fan mail that would beg to differ, sir. Beg
No.
to differ.
No, I don't believe you do.
Oh, I do. And we'll get to that later.
Okay.
But before that, I'm going to get to some of the comments that came before the show started. Paul
All
says,
right.
likes before the streams pay triple. Bob Jackson, good evening. Says, guess I need to like it early. James Hunt, best day of the week. Good evening, all. Good evening, James. Can we be 5 likes before the stream start? You guys did. As far as I can tell, I think it was 7 or 8 likes before the stream even started. Carlisle, good evening. Is this Hobbypalooza? It's the unofficial, like I mean super unofficial, could not be more unofficial. Hobbypalooza pregame show. It's
Yeah.
really not, but
No.
if you add 14 unofficials to the front of it, then sure. The Eric Fan Club meeting is now in session. Facts.
Screw you, Bob.
Am I in the right place? Which one is Mike Baseball Collector? That's like the Boston knockoff. He's in Peabody.
I'm not even told you that.
There's only 3 places, so pick
I
one.
know.
You're in
All right.
Salem, you're in Peabody, or you're Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. I used to live in Worcestershire. I went to
Yeah,
college.
well,
in Worcestershire.
maybe you're still there. Cookies, chocolate sticks, booby or facts.
Those are
Effects of
3 of my
life.
favorite things.
Defects of life. Hi, diddly ho, Namborino. Thank you. Paloozers.
Why isn't he? Why is he there and not here?
Because he doesn't like you.
Well, that has nothing to do with anything. Nobody likes me.
Is that a record time for Screw You, Bob? It's pretty close. We'll need the official tally on that one. We'll need some timestamps, and we'll need to get the Guinness World Record people on it. But
Yeah.
it's a good start.
It's possible, but research needs to be done.
Facts. There's a lot of tape to go through, so we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I will say this. I realized when I was kind of setting things up, I was like, yeah, there's a couple of things we'll talk about, and Eric and I were talking about it a little briefly beforehand, and I was like sitting there like, yeah, Hobbypalooza is this weekend. I was like 90% sure of it, 80% sure of it yesterday, but then I went to double check just to make sure. But it's like, all right, now I got you. In fact, it is. So I've got the little thing from Hobby News Daily, and I'll quickly go through the lineup here at the beginning just to get that done. And if you guys want to chat more about it later, we can. Okay, so Brandon Neff here asks a question. What do you guys think about the same NFL Shield 1/1 Lamar Jackson coming out of the same product? I'd only vaguely heard about this. My initial instinct is I don't care. But I'll explain why. A lot of the shields and stuff with Panini is like player worn, or it's like not from any official event, whatever. You can make 100 of them in theory. Now, it'd be better for quality control purposes that you don't. The whole point of it being a 1/1 is that you don't make 2 or 3 of them. But I can totally see them just screwing up and putting an extra in there. But the reality is, like, if a 1/1 got damaged, more than likely they would have made an extra. Now, the only thing I would double check, and like I didn't see it, so I heard about it, but I haven't looked into it. So you'd have to tell me if that's the case. I would double check that it is a totally identical, but I don't mean the number, I don't mean the 1/1 part, I mean all that. I mean like the foil on it, because sometimes there's dumb parallels. Leaf does this all the time. They got extra 1/1 parallels. Go ahead, Eric.
Can you just? The question's kind of confusing me. Could you just summarize what the situation is?
So the short version of it, from what I know, is that
Okay.
there was one of the products. I want to say Flawless, but it could be National Treasures. I forget which one. It's one of the
A high-
higher end products.
High-end
Yeah,
product, okay?
yeah. And there was a 1/1 Lamar Jackson Shield, and
Okay.
someone else pulled or found a second Lamar Jackson 1/1 Shield from the same year, same product. So there should be one. You know, this is Highlander style. The 2 cards need to fight for supremacy. There can only be one.
Yeah, that's not cool. And I think
Yeah.
if I look, jump ahead and look at Paul's comment, he's 100% correct. I hate saying that because I hate Paul, but the 101 is no longer a special thing.
Mhm.
It really used to be something. It used to be an unbelievable chase. If you were in the possession of a 1/1, whatever it was, it meant something. I think just about every collector has a 1/1 something in their collection now. They have totally bastardized it, and I don't think 1/1s are as are as special or as exciting as they once were. So the fact that they made that mistake doesn't surprise me at all. Where before I would think that they really took their time and made this one card, and now they're just printing stuff off, and they hit the wrong thing on the computer, and that little one-on-one stamp dropped on another. Because I mean, seriously, how many times are the cards completely identical except for the stamp that says whatever the serial number is, whether it's 101 or 10 of 10 or 1,000 out of 1,000? You can put another card right next to it. They're identical except for the gold or silver stamp that tells you how many are serial number.
Yeah,
So
well, that's the reason why, like, you take it with a grain of salt.
yeah.
That's the reason, though, that I asked if the image, like, I'm sure somebody has compiled the image of the two side by side. My only
Mhm.
question would be if everything every last detail down to the foil, because and that's why I say I use Leaf as an example. Leaf literally will have multiple one of ones where they are both one of ones, same product, same year, same everything, but there'll be a slight difference in the foil color. Or they
Yeah.
will have a different foil color, and this will be the gold one of one, and this is the
Yeah.
green Canadian exclusive one of one. So there's two one of ones. They're both one of ones. Like
And
I have a situation where I own both.
Paul sums that up very good. Well,
Yeah,
Paul sums that up very well right there. And
yeah.
that's the problem.
Yeah. So the short version is, I think it's unfortunate for the individual because it kind of devalues both. But I also agree with Paul's comment is that yeah, the one of one has not been very special for a long time. What it really did is it basically ruined the player collector because the one of one guaranteed that if one player collector has a one of one series, one product, and the other player has a one of one of the other product, neither one of them can ever be complete unless they do in fact fight it out Highlander style. At which point, then you get everything. But otherwise, though, you can't. Otherwise, as long as somebody else in the universe holds one, it's done for you. So to me, it's just like a bonus. From my Medano collection, I probably have 40 or 50 one of ones, maybe more. So I
That's
don't treat it like a
ridiculous.
big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
that is ridiculous.
yeah, I have 7 from one product. Like one product and 7 one of ones, or yeah, I think 7 total, and I think 6 that are from one subset because don't forget the printing plates are one of ones, right? And you got 4
Oh
colors of
God.
printing plates.
Right.
So I got 2 of those, and then I got the 2 other one of ones, so that's 4, and then 2 another printing plate and one of one from one of the other. It's a whole convoluted mess. You don't even want to know.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
I'm going to give Paul something to do. Paul, go on the eBay. Type in the sports card, because you can have categories, the sports card category, and just type in 1/1 and see how many pop up and let us know. Now I know Carlos and I can do that, but we're trying to have audience participation. So
Wow,
that's
look at you ordering somebody around.
so
He might block you. He might block you.
he might
Uh,
not. Have
So Bobby says, I'm cropping 71 Toronto Sun photos, 295 in the front, same on back. I'll jump on maybe later. No problem. No worries. Do your thing. Only one of that one color. That's true. Let me scroll through here. We are now at the point of 0 so rare. I think now they've got Sub-Zero. Topps introduced the Nostradamus and the Sub-Zero. We can do better. The trouble with 0 is everyone has them, so obviously not that scarce. True. The big one of ones, the lottery ticket only to sell to rich guys like Eric. True.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, don't forget the one of ones using different ink colors. Yeah, totally.
exactly.
Only for a chocolate stick. Look, there you go. He's named terms. I like that. I like that. I like what you did there. Valid. That's fair. He's not working for free there, Eric. He's not working for free. Good evening, Jeff. But yeah, so no, when it comes to that, like, I've stopped worrying or paying too much attention to a lot of those things because it's like, if you sat back and be like, what do you think about this time Panini screwed up? Or what do you think about this time Top screwed up? It's like, look, the show's already really long. I could do a 5 days a week 4 hour show if that's all I was doing. So let me tell you about how Panini fucked up today. Let me tell y'all.
Right.
You don't even know. We'll do that on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and on Tuesdays and Thursdays we'll do Upper Deck and Tops.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about to say each day will be a different company.
Yeah, we can mix it up. It's fine.
Or we could do all 7, add an 8th, and just do Beckett.
Yeah, it's like just back and forth, back and forth. It's like bonus. It's like Hobby Palooza is just me going through everybody. It's like let me now list off your grievances. Look, I'll put it this way. I've told you guys here, and I recorded a pickup video that'll be on the channel tomorrow, and I think this is the first time I had an all football mail day. Like I'm pretty sure that's the case. I've got something else mixed in with it, but this was 5 cards, all football for Havres. Eric knows what those ones are, and
Real
I've got
quick,
the very
real quick.
go
Ready?
go. Yes, that's
That's
the new
it.
one. That's going to be one of the new ones coming. And also the very first official card coming in to the Josh Rosen Trash QB project, which I will explain more about later. But I had the first official card come in for that from an eBay lot. And I'm going to have a little fun with that, obviously. But look, to put it this way, I have already put together what would have been in 2018 a ridiculous collection of these cards. That's what amuses me about this. For a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what they would have cost. So that's a cautionary tale to the speculators running on prospects. Just remember that maybe down the road, maybe you'll be lucky and Carlos will come by and buy it for literally pennies on the dollar and pennies on the pennies of the dollar. Like it's very sad. But with that said, one of the fun things that I wanted to do now that I've got a cross section of a bunch of the nice products of 2018 that I like. So I'm actually having some fun finding like, oh, I want Spectra is one that I really like. So I'm trying to grab some Spectra cards and I like some of the designs. So I have the choice to be able to chase after these. One of the things I wanted to add, Eric, was a one of one. Now, obviously, there's plenty of them. To the point of what we just said, I get to choose which one of one I want. I just need to find one that I like aesthetically, but also that I don't want to pay too much for.
Right.
I will pay something for it because obviously there are collectors who will chase after some of these, or that maybe it's got a nice looking patch on it, they'll chase after it, whatever. But I'm trying to be picky here. I'm trying to find the right one. I think I did, and I was able to make a deal with it earlier today, and I will show that tonight. So I'll show it in picture form, but I'll get it in hand at some point. I think I picked one that is a good fun one to fit this little theme that I'm working on. It's a good choice. Yeah, so, but let me tell you, like, if you got, like, comparatively to, like, cards that I spend legitimate money on, it's a joke. It's a joke. The collection that I've been able to put together, what it would have looked like in 2018 if I had bought the identical collection.
I picked this up off of the eBay. Now it's hard to
Yep.
see maybe, but this is quote a one
Yeah,
of one.
one of the car show stand
Yeah.
cards, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 19, 89, 90 tops card of Reggie Lumlin, my favorite player. And years later, they just threw a stamp on it for the National and gave it away to kids for free. It's a one of one. It's
Yeah.
not special anymore.
I think, though, even if you don't count the show ones, though, you still can find tons and tons and tons. Like, it's absurd.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'm going here. 140K, but many are repack fluff. Yes, the eBay one of one, other random nonsense. So let's call it estimated 50 to 75, maybe less 25K. But regardless, it's a ton. I think somebody did this exercise just for Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, since Trevor Lawrence is still a big prospect and everything, I want to say he had north of 1,000 one of ones already. Like, I want you to get your head around that number and that concept. North of 1,000 one of ones.
Yeah, that's nuts. But
Like,
Paul, thank you for looking real quick and giving us those numbers. It just proves the point that the comment that you made about it being bastardized and the stuff that we're talking about, all you did was just back that up. And so I appreciate it because if anyone gets excited about one-on-ones anymore, you're not paying attention.
Yep. No, I think that's fair. But let me scroll through here. Wasn't that the Lamar laundry tag replaced with a fake shield? It could have been. I haven't looked into it, Hector, but I knew there was something about a duplicate. I just don't know the details. So I gave a really high level, just my thoughts on it. Like, at this stage, manufacturer making a mistake. If I had it, then I have a bone to pick with Panini. But outside of that, if I'm not directly involved in it, I genuinely don't care. Those guys got to figure it out. Now, if I was that person though, I would be on Panini's ass because hey, that's a valuable card. Lamar out of that group, like Lamar was part of that 2018 rookie class that I joked about with the Josh Rosen thing. Well, Lamar is still right now. Lamar still has a team. He's the number one quarterback for them. He's got an MVP. He's at least got some hardware in his trophy case. We'll see what happens to the rest of his career. But at the bare minimum, there is value to that card. So it does matter to get satisfactory resolution if there's an issue like that. That is still money, real money on the table. Not like the idiocy that I'm talking about with the Rosen thing. Like there's real money involved. Real money involved still.
So what do you think Panini should do in response to this? Not what they typically would do. We'll say that for the second part.
Yeah. What should they have done?
Yeah. You know, you are pretending to be of good moral character and own Panini,
I was
and
gonna
you
say
want
pretending is key. Yes.
this, and you want to make this right. What do
Hmm.
you? What is your opinion of what they should do?
I would have a conversation with both owners because I'm assuming there's two different owners in this. Like I don't know the answer to that. You know, let me you guys will have to let me know. I haven't looked into the details. But if it was a situation like that, I would want um, I would want to talk to both owners. One way or another, my goal would be to ensure that out of the end of the conversation, whatever compensation we come up with for one or the other or both, I only want there to be one at the end of it. Somehow I want somebody to leave with a one of one. I want the other one of one to get into my possession, and then I destroy the other one so that there is no
Live,
one of one.
live,
Yeah, just do it. You basically throw the damn thing in a shredder if you have to. Now you
and
can take the. I would
live.
actually take now if now you know the Hector's mentioning that it might be a fake shield. If that's the case, obviously that changes some of the calculus here. But if the memorabilia piece is legit, I would salvage the memorabilia piece and maybe use it in another product. But the card itself, I would destroy it. I would
Yep.
destroy the physical card, and I would ensure that there is one. Now that isn't going to fix everything else in creation, but for this one scenario, my goal would be to ensure there is one at the end of the conversation.
And that's exactly what I would I would do
If you're good,
also.
Bobbles, just give me a thumbs up and I can
I
bring you on.
would I'd get those guys and say, okay, I this pretend they're both legit and it was a
Mm-hmm.
printing error
Sure.
at the factory. I would say, okay, one of you guys were willing to either buy this from you or give you something of equal value. Um, but we want to make it one on one, and then I'd make sure that I destroyed it live on Instagram or something, so there's no doubt of that they're only being a one of one. Which with a big show like that, it's probably going to bump the value up. It's kind of like the Gretzky Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth a lot because of the history and the ownership. So if you destroy one and we know there's only one of one and it's a big controversy and all this, it's probably going to bump the price up because people are going to know that one and maybe want a piece of it.
That's fair. Mr. Bobbles, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Starting off with some Shield, and I like James's comment here. Trash bag QB collection is slightly more than hilarious, dude. I love it. I went ham, Bobbles. I went down a dark path. I
I've
bought more
been
Josh Rosen in the last week or so. I have bought more Josh Rosen cards than anyone in their right mind should ever buy in the rest of history.
He has more Josh Rosen cards than Josh Rosen.
Probably.
I actually found one in the box down here, and I know I have more.
Yeah.
I need to just put together a Carlos trash pile.
Yes, please.
Um, because I
I'm
have
working
like the
I'm working so hard. The best part though, like here's the thing. I'm not just so we're clear. I'm not out there trying to buy like his base prism. Like it's not the goal here isn't just to stack up a big old pile of kindling. I'm trying to get like I want to see if I can get the gold prism. I want to see if I can get like some of the lower numbered parallels and stuff like that. And Spectra is one product. I like the Spectra product. Like I like the way it looks aesthetically. And if I can buy some of them cheaper, relatively speaking, to me, it's like a cheap example of the card. It's almost like a typeset. Like that would be almost the way that I would explain this. It's almost like a typeset, and it allows me to be able to go get it. So this is actually one that I made a deal for today. So that's Spectra, and that's the new era vinyl, the one of one, with the little
That
cardinal
game
patch.
one.
okay. I don't need details, but was it more than $10?
I wish it had been less than $10. It was more than $10.
Is that game worn?
Hell
God, no.
no.
God no, it's Panini, man.
All right.
And it's rookie year.
Well, they're all the ones that I'm going after are rookie year. They're all rookie year.
Yeah.
No thanks.
No, the entire point, Eric, is that no one else should want it. That's why when I make an offer and somebody's like, guys, you're not getting any more. No, nobody's gonna offer you more. Like no one
I
else would
don't
want
want
it.
a Bobby Orr card with a fake patch on it. What? I got no interest.
No, I stopped listening to you when you said you don't want a Bobby Orr card, which I agree. I know you don't.
So you guys were discussing that duplicate shield thing and all that.
I had
This
heard a little bit about it, but high level, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this is the situation where Panini needs to come out and explain it because they do make multiple one-of-ones from that same little whatever you want to call it set.
Mm-hmm.
And it's possible because they do like the glove, the laundry tag, the shield, like all these different little things. It's possible they use like the glove little shield and the jersey shield or the pants shield or
Mhm.
whatever, but they need to come out and say that
Yeah, yeah,
and
exactly.
like give some clarity. And then this goes back to where, folks have said they need to catalog, especially the higher end, like the 101s at least, catalog them so they can say this is the one we did, that one has been patch swapped. Um, it that I know they really probably don't give a crap because they've already made their money on it and they don't care. That's all it is to them. But it would be nice, especially with the dollar amounts that are being floated around on these cards.
Yeah. So Hector is here trying to suggest that it's the laundry tag card that got patch swapped basically. Like I said, I haven't looked into details, but that's the reason. So if you remember, I asked a very specific question. I said, I understand they're both one of ones. I understand they're both Lamar Jackson, but we know that Panini, for a lot of these products, will have a laundry sheet, a laundry one of
Mm-hmm.
one, a patch one of one, a shield one of one, or like a something else one
Shoes,
of one.
helmet, like
Yeah.
they'll
So
do
that
the whole damn uniform
yeah,
pieces and do them one
but
of
they're
ones.
technically considered to be different cards. They are physically different cards. And it should
Mm-hmm.
say though, but generally though, it should say somewhere on the card that this is the laundry one, this is the whatever, to distinguish it. It makes a small variation. Like I said, when it comes to like the and kind of as an aside, I understood Bobble's question, but just so we're clear, the best part about doing a collection of cards like this is that we're playing the opposite market dynamics. This is the market dynamics Bobbles shoots for with SGC because there is a price point at which they would rather just be buried with them. So if I actually want to get the card, I can't go, although I would offer $10, but they would just tell me to fuck off. But they will
Yeah.
never take it. They will literally be buried with it first. So it's like,
You know,
so I was like, I do want to extract it from you. I'm not going to give you a lot, but it's still going to be more than it would go in open market. So this is the problem. This is kind of your SGC auction, versus buy it now best offer. He got more for it than he would have gotten if he had put it in open auction. If he put it in open auction, I would have won it for $10. I can almost guarantee
oh,
you I would have won it for 10.
yeah,
Easy, easy.
you
But
were
because it's a buy
doing.
it
I'm
now
trying
best
to
offer, and
find
I'm
it.
trying to extract it from him, I go, look, I'm going to let you save face. There is no way that you didn't pay a lot in it. It's like because it's nice with the again, regardless. I like the little vinyl things with the one of one. I like the Spectra product. Aesthetically, I think it's a cool card. But yeah, but if the question is, oh, Carlos, you overpaid, 100%. I totally overpaid. Paying 1 cent over $10 is overpaying. But I paid more than $10 for some of these other cards as well. But it's like, here's the thing, dude. Two of my cards for Favre cost me less money than this Rosen collection I put together. Like two.
You're doing essentially something that came across to me after the June of 2022 Chantilly show.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting ready to go into the 2023 one. I'll be up there tomorrow. It started today. But there was some Brady Quinn National Treasure RPAs at the June 2022 show
Mm-hmm.
in a guy's value box. And I actually was talking to him and we laughed about it because that was like in a peak period where like Herbert and Burrow and all those guys were selling huge money. And I was like, could you imagine, like, rewind? Brady Quinn was the Justin Herbert, Joe
Yeah.
Burrow of today back then. And now you've got him sitting here in your value box. How many down the line are we going to see of Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, all of those guys in someone's value box? And I did a video on it, NFL quarterback rookie cards, investments or gambles. And
Mm-hmm.
I looked at like 15 years of the top drafted
Now here's
quarterbacks
a
and stuff
question, just
like
kind of
that.
a fun side question for some of these true busts, for the legitimate, like absolute, like Jamarcus Russell, like that's a good example. Like
Ryan Leaf.
there's a bunch of good ones, but like just think about it. But think guys who maybe have something like a national treasures or whatever. Is there like a floor where the people that are owning it would literally rather be buried with them than ever take less than? They're like, yeah, I understand. I understand. I paid thousands and I've lost thousands, but you know what? I will eat it on my plate and put ketchup on it before I give it to you for this price. Is
Yeah.
there like
The
a built-in
only
floor where they just won't go lower?
the only good thing is like Brady Quinn time frame, National Treasures wasn't quite as much as it was today. It was a lot for that period, but
Sure.
it wasn't a lot like today, period. So if they did get kicked in the balls, it wasn't with steel toes. It was just, a pair of sneakers. So,
Yeah. No, for sure. And I think though the key is, and I think I mentioned it last week or the week before. This card, like I said, frankly, I'm overpaying for all of them. If I wait another
that's
year,
a sweet patch, though.
so the point in this case, Bobbles, is I have agreed to pay a certain price for the entertainment value of a card that would have, if you think do the rewind, go in the Wayback Machine and go back to 2018, you would have paid many, many, many multiples of what I paid for that card. Many, many multiples.
I had many. So in 2018, I was actually, there was a period I was doing a lot of breaks and stuff, and I actually was buying the Cardinals spots to hit Josh Rosen, and I hit several really nice ones. Lucky for me, I sold them then. So
Yeah.
I'm not sitting on them.
That's good.
Yep. No, that's the thing. Like, if you got out of it at the time, that was the best time. There will never be a better opportunity than that time. And like I said, it's a good cautionary tale. For me, I'm gonna throw those cards in a box and have a good chuckle. I'll have a nice video. I'll have a fun video about it and be like, oh man, look at all this. The amount of like on card, low numbered autographs that I was able to pick up, Bobbles, for sub $10 is deeply disturbing. It's just it just made me laugh. And I went on ComC and found a bunch, and then I offered lower, and they were like, yes, please take it. The time that makes me
They're
laugh the
probably
most.
thinking, did they hesitate a minute? So they like go check up NFL.com. Is Josh Rosen like freaking?
Yeah, is he
playing?
back on a
Why
roster?
this-
Is he on a
why is this
roster?
idiot sending me offers on Josh Rosen. Who is this guy?
Well, Bobbles though, there are some of them who will counteroffer, and I'm like, are you stupid? Like, do you understand the concept of gathering dust? This is your salvation, and I pay for myself. If I make, I'm not one of those people that renege on an offer after you make it. No, I made the offer. I will pay for what I offered you. I don't care that it's overpaying for today's market for this. I'm entertained. So, but I'm like, dude, this is it. Your ship has come in. This is your last chance to get rid of it. Like, this is the price. You put it again. You put it on open market. And guess what? You're gonna find out. Put it for 99 cents and find out how much I buy it for. I dare you. Like, I dare you. The shipping will be higher. 0607 National Treasure used to say one of one game used laundry tag or some brand logo. They put some effort into it. Fair enough, Paul. Thank you all for the comments, everybody. I thought maybe Panini was going to say it was the hero prop card for advertisement promotion used for photographs or whatever it would be. That'd be my best guess. Fair enough, Tom. I've snagged more than one of my PC cards at minimum auction price for fail higher offers. Very true. Paul says, I understand the sentiment, Carlos, for the NFL draft. Some years I'll wear a Byron Leftwich jersey for the humor. Yeah. Look, again, just to be clear, and that's going to be the point of the video. This is not an investment thing. It's like, I literally joke. It's like, no, I'm setting money on fire. But I can because it's fun for me. Like, I don't care. Like, I have collections that I'm more legitimately putting together, and I'm being a lot picky and choosy, and I'm actually trying to find certain nice cards. But they cost me more. It's tougher to do. It actually is. It's tough to track stuff down. So it's like, in the same mail day, I got one Josh Rosen card and 4 Havres, including a couple of really nice ones that I have to like pick and choose and find. Like, I've got a collection of legit guys and legit stuff, but let me have this one. This is fun for me. I don't care. It's like, oh, but you say I don't care. I know I overpaid for it. Whatever. It's fine. It'll be okay. As a Raider fan, I should buy a Jamarcus Russell jersey too. Why not? Have fun with it. Have fun with it, buddy. Bills Mafia loves Josh Allen, but you think... What's that?
I'm sure he could get him cheap.
I'm trying. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying.
No, but that Jamarcus Russell jersey, I'm sure he could get it cheap.
Get it in the discount bin, man. Get a discount. My Favre Jets jersey I got for like that one I got for under $10, Bubbles. It was on the clearance rack. It was fantastic. I got it for $7.99.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
The bargain rack is the best rack.
That's where we got it, man. It worked out. Look, the stitching costs more. All right. I bought on ComC. I bought a PSA 10 of one of Rosen's inserts, and I bought it for $7.99 on ComC. You cannot grade today for $7.99. It was a PSA 10. It was a Gem Man 10, and they got $8. I was like,
hopefully they graded it back then.
Even still, you'd be break even, Bobbles. It was $8 to grade. It's like, I got my money back.
I'm not anyone to talk because I have cards sitting in slabs that I graded of baseball guys that were supposed to pan out, and Anybody remember Keston Hira? Yeah,
Yep.
that
So
didn't work out.
Tom Beer says Bills Mafia lost Josh Allen, but you'd think 5 interception first game. Nathan Peterman jersey pretty popular in a bad, funny way. Yeah, if you're gonna do it for the humor, man. I'll get buried with them. No one will benefit from my stupidity. There you go. Fair enough. Evening, gentlemen. Off-topic question for the Canadians: is iCert legit? I know what you're talking about. I haven't looked into it. I genuinely don't know, Bink. I really don't. iCert is the. Are they the ones who grade the boxes? I think they were at the expo. I want to say they were at the expo, but I don't remember what they grade. I swear I had this conversation with Bobby, but I don't remember what they do. I don't remember. They are, says James. So the Panini breaking was about those one-of-one blueprints, no doubt. Well, they tried to sell the equipment. Presumably, they were trying to sell. They were trying to get the servers and stuff. So that was presumably a chunk of the stuff. So whatever was on the computers, they were trying to get it. Like the effort seemed to be to get the computers. There were some cards in it, but nothing. Like they weren't leaving amazing cards in there. That wasn't a major issue. It was It was like targeted to get the servers, and whatever information presumably is on there that they're hoping value. It's probably all the patents for tag. Hide it in the Panini servers where no one will know.
And all the serial numbers for the boxes, so they would have a list when they go to the store to pick the boxes they wanted.
It's genius. It's like Ocean's 11, but worse. So how many Magic Lord of the Rings packs has Eric opened? Eric, the one of one, I want to say the bounty is like 2 or 3 million. Get on with it, man. Let's go.
I watched the first movie at someone's house that invited my wife and I over to watch it because he got it on DVD, and so it was pizza and a movie at this guy's house. We watched that first of those movies, and I left saying out loud, I kind of insulted him. I know it's surprising. I will never ever, as long as I live, get those 3 hours back. Wow. And I never watched any of the other movies after that.
But like we said,
you watch Boston Bruins games.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like your entire life is hours that you will not get back.
Hey, buddy.
Hour after hour.
Suck it.
Hector says many UCLA collectors for Josh Rosen. That's true. There might be some collegiate collector. Look, I can tell you for a distinct fact, and I cackled, Bobbles. I cackled hard. There is at least one Josh Rosen super collector, other than me, obviously. One Josh Rosen super collector. I was like, dang. All right then. Fair enough, my man. Fair enough.
I'm not gonna say anything about anybody that anyone collects because, look at my main PC guy in baseball. He plays, he starts, and all that, but he's not a superstar. He's a World Series champion. He helped us get through the wild card game, but I didn't collect him in expectation that he was gonna make me rich or anything. It's actually nice to collect somebody that you can pretty much pick any card you want of them up, and it's relatively reasonable. That is a benefit of collecting somebody that isn't super popular. So I actually applaud folks that find a player they really like that's affordable and that they just truly enjoy collecting that player. And no, I'm not talking about Jason Robertson because, well, he wound up going up. So
the joke was so easily there. It was so there, and I'm glad you caught it at the end. I was like, Make you wonder if any PDD 101 duplicates were swiped during the break-in. Who knows? Browning Nagel, if I remember the name correct, maybe. Terrible negotiator, but I'm getting better. I recently negotiated 30% off free shipping. Look at you, Carlisle. Look at you. You keep this up, you're going to get 50% off free shipping before you know it. CC, good evening. Okay, so it was boxes for the iCert, grade wrapper and empty display boxes. Yes, thank you, Bobby. I thought, yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about that. So fair enough. Thank you. I can't render an opinion, but I'll leave it to others. So you definitely got some feedback on that, so that's good. And thank you all for the comments. Appreciate that. I haven't caught up yet, but I see a Josh Rosen 1 of 1, 2018 printing plate available for less than $20. Literally on ComC, Josh, I can buy a rookie year printing plate, $13, and I haven't pulled the trigger. I just don't like the printing plates. I'll be honest, I don't like the printing plates. But it was $13, and I was like,
Wait for a price drop.
Bobbles, I don't know.
The ones The ones that have like the relic and the auto on them, those aren't too terrible. But
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm not a plate
I need
guy
an auto
either.
on it, man. I've done that with Medano. I've got a couple of printing plates with no auto, but for me, like for most of them, if I grab a printing plate now, it's going to be one of the ones where they've got an auto on it. Give me something
And
like something beyond the printing plate.
Upper Deck does a good job with some of them, making them into like where they actually look like a card and not just a ugly, you know, discolored reversed image plate.
Mm.
So
Yep. Good evening, Paul. Just scrolling through here. I'm betting on one the other night. I would I would listen. I wouldn't bother to do it. And the best part is Rosen right now is going to be the focus of it because it's entertaining. But I'm waiting for Darnold and Baker to flame out. I want to grab some of their stuff too. Like it's not a Josh Rosen trash bag QBPC. It's a 2018 draft class trash bag QBPC. I'll grab some Darnold and some Baker Mayfield if and when the teams finally give up on trying to give him a job. Rosen's just the easiest choice because he's sitting on the couch right now. Right now, he's in Eric's living room sleeping there. If Eric goes to check, he's hanging out. You should charge him rent.
He eats a ton, so I should.
Does he eat your chocolate sticks? Because then you might have to fight him.
No, he wouldn't be staying here.
does he eat your mayonnaise?
Bobbles, and by the way, so Eric sent the package with the favoras that I acknowledged earlier. But before I sent him the pack, I basically said, "Hey, they'd arrived." Eric, what was the first picture that I sent you before I showed you the picture to confirm the package arrived? What was it, Eric? Every time I go to the supermarket now, Bobbles, I'll go to help my parents with their grocery shopping. Like my mom is like, "Hey, can you give us a hand?" Yeah, no problem, no problem. My dad stays in the car and hangs out, and my mom, I push her around the car and I help him with all that stuff. But literally, as I'm doing whatever, I'm like, "Hey, hang on a second." Now my mom knows the routine. She goes, "Are you going to take a picture of a jar of mayonnaise?" Yes, I am. She knows exactly what I'm going to do, and she knows exactly where it's going to go. So you'd be happy to know, Eric, that Mrs. Alcazar knows exactly where that's going.
Disgusting.
I guess Eric doesn't like adventure. No, he clearly doesn't. Eric is his own adventure. True. Great cardboard. Good evening. Agree, Bobbles. To enjoy that. Yep. Don't collect anyone that is popular. That's why I collect Eric cards. True.
Your collection sucks then.
There you go. Unless they break records to go to Hall of Fame, all cards almost go to zero. There is a lot of room underneath. Part of the joke and part of the reason I'm enjoying this so much is I'm kind of tracking to see how much I pay for. Again, I lead with I am overpaying for these cards. But for some of these cards, if they're like $4 or $5, all right, he's already out of the league. What are they going to go? It's like there's almost always somebody that will grab it for like $1. So, but also even if they do in fact go to zero, if it's $4, it can only go down $4. It's the old Geoff Wilson joke. It's like Josh Rosen is a 5 times better investment than Kyler Murray. Why? Because you're starting off at a higher level. If he doesn't pan out, he's got more to fall. Rosen's already there. He's not necessarily right at the floor, but he's pretty close. He's hanging out pretty close to it. It's like he doesn't have far to go down.
I'm still waiting on my millions. I got the color match.
You should have gotten the rookie year one though, man. The rookie year one is the sweetest plum.
It is the rookie year.
Isn't he in a Panthers jersey there?
Yeah.
I know it says rated rookie, but he started with the Jets, so they didn't have one with him in the Jets.
Rated rookie right there. Boom. Optic. Pack
No, I get-
pulled. Color match.
Oh, sorry, that's the Will Greer.
Yeah, that's the Will Greer.
Yeah. Sorry, for some reason in my head I had Sam Darnold because he did play for the
Now-
Panthers too. He played for the Panthers.
That
too.
was you were talking about the Jeff Wilson joke in Kyle.
Yeah. You're right.
The
You're
Will
right.
Greer.
You're right. So that one still has a chance for millions. You're right. Never mind. I apologize. I stand corrected.
Pack pulled at that.
Oh, even better, man. Even better. I reject zero, though. They make great kindling or fire starters, so this cardboard is life-saving survival warrior. I know! USA Patriot cards. Good evening. I actually spent $100 last year on a red Prism SSP Rosen PSA 10 just for the epic color match. Love it, buddy. Listen, if you need to move it, I got a shiny nickel with your name on it. I know. Shiny nickel. I'll get it buffed up. Autocorrect, yep. A printing plate, a fuzzy image of cyan. Yes. I was gonna win the Rosen, then email you a ransom note. Yeah, I wasn't gonna pay. I already paid more. I already paid more. Look, I was being serious. Like, can I take a quick serious conversation for a second? If you're buying cards for a collection that's literally like a joke, where you're laughing, but like the value is dropped like a stone, sometimes for some of the tougher cards or more aesthetically interesting or whatever, you run into a problem where it's like, I need to offer you something where I think I can actually get you to accept it so that we can look. I'm being insulting either way, but I want you to actually accept it. So there's insult. Like, look, the easy path would be like, oh, the card's worthless. I'll give you $1, but you're not going to get the card. So if my objective is to actually try to get the card, I have to find if it's a buy it now best offer here. Our issue, if it had been an auction, and it had been like open market, then literally I would have gotten under $10. I'm very confident I would have gotten under $10. But I was like, okay, I actually, out of the one of ones that are there right now on eBay, not printing plates, none of that stuff. At least I like the whole thing with the patch, whatever. Again, it's not a game use patch. But I'm like, okay, but how much should I offer you to actually get you to say yes? What is the delicate balance here? I don't actually want to pay a lot of money, but I know that if I offer you $1, you're just gonna reject it. So it's a waste of time. So how do we arrive at a real figure where yeah, I'm overpaying, but not ridiculously? How do you play
$11.
that game?
$11.
Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the play. But that's the thing. It's like, yeah, no.
$6 free shipping.
Look at you. Unless Rose and the Stars and the XFL comes back to the NFL like Tommy Maddox. Look, I made the joke about that. It would be one of the great comebacks of all time. If I was advising him, I would be like, hey, go and beg the XFL guys. Get on a USFL or XFL roster and give it a try. If you actually want to play, that's your best bet. Honestly. Get some actual game tape of you actually playing for somebody and actually improving. You could make millions just getting onto being the backup quarterback for somebody. Like, legitimately, you could make millions holding a clipboard. You don't have to take another hit ever again. Why on earth, Eric? That's money on the table, man. If I was him, he's 26. If I was him, I would be like, okay, look, you got a couple of years of athleticism left. Why don't you go see if you can find somebody that will get you to be a backup? All right, I'll never play. Fine. I'll hold the clipboard and I'll read the thing off. No problem. I'll make myself useful.
Some would say, and I've heard Scott Zolak talk about this on he's the former backup to Drew Bledsoe, and he has his own radio show here in Boston now. So, the backup quarterbacks actually, in a way, work harder than the starters, because not only do they have to make sure they know their team's playbook backwards and forwards in case they have to join the game. Every week, they have to attempt to master the opposing team's playbook to the best of their knowledge and ability to run the scout team against your own team's defense in practice all week. So imagine trying to do that. So, these backup quarterbacks don't just stand around. They in a way, work harder than the starters.
Well, also they have to because otherwise they'll be replaced. Like in all honesty, because they're super expendable. So they're like that's why I said a second ago. My phrasing was make yourself useful.
Yeah.
If I was Josh Rosen and I would still like to have a career, at that point, you know what? You should be like, whatever ego you have left, crush it. Understand that Carlos is buying your cards out of hilarity. That's like a new low, Eric. That's about as low as it gets.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Tom says, I'm not against slabbing cars because grading sucks. I'm against slabs because they don't make high enough power magnifying glass to start a fire, so slabs lose in apocalypse scenario. This is a serious problem. Why don't you like Lord of the Rings, Eric? Lord of the Rings.
It was stupid, and it dragged on for 3 hours.
Felt so did the boat trip for Gilligan's Island, but, that was pretty cool.
Well, if you can get Ginger and Marianne to come watch the movie with me, I'm in.
Are they still alive?
Ginger is.
There you go.
But she's like 8.
I figured. It's great when you're the market for the player you collect. True. Well, except for that one guy in this case. Like, I can verify there's one guy. I managed to escape my girl.
It's his father.
Could be. I managed to escape my girlfriend's grasp tonight. What? Girlfriend needs to run faster. To be honest, I can't believe it took so long for Hasbro WotC to catch on to what sports been doing for decades. That is true. They've taken their time getting to the one-of-ones. U.S. Sports Cards here says, have you ever thought about where you grew up and the teams you root for influence your perspective on the larger hobby activity? Profound. It could be. The only thing I would say, though, I guess it depends on your specific perspective. What has always skewed my sports fandom is that the only local team I root for is the Blue Jays. All the other ones are kind of adopted team based on players that I followed. The Packers, and by the way, I got my shareholder thing. They're going to have the annual meeting. I've got the invite for the annual meeting.
Nice.
I know, right? I was going to vote for trading Aaron Rodgers, but it's redundant. It's already been done. I was very disappointed. I was like, all right, can we? If I went to the shareholders meeting, I'd be like, all right, I say we bring in Josh Rosen. Why? No reason. No reason at all. Definitely not self-serving if that's what you're thinking. Shut up! Shut up!
Third
And
stringer.
yeah, so go ahead. Sorry.
He could be a third stringer.
That's all I need, Eric. That's all I need. I just need to give someone hope. I just need to give. All of a sudden, it's like, Carlos, did you sell the one of one? It's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Have you ever thought about? So yes. So as pertains to this question, so the Jays are local. Packers obviously are not, and Dallas is certainly not. So a lot of my collecting was outside of my local sports. Eric is in a rolling truck in Manila, so the Boston thing's just weird. So I don't know what the deal is there. Bubbles, you had a lot of teams around you when you grew up. Did that have any impact on your larger hobby activity?
Growing up, I was a Seattle Mariner fan, which is all the way across the country for obvious reasons, Ken Griffey Jr. I was a 49er fan because of obvious reasons, Jerry Rice. And I was an Orlando Magic fan because of Shaquille O'Neal. So none of them were close to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a bit of an issue if it's not local for you. So that's
Well,
a tough one.
I mean, in this area, growing up, I would have had to have rooted for the Baltimore Orioles, which wouldn't have been bad, and the Washington Redskins and the Washington Bullets at the time when I was growing up. So
Mm.
the options weren't great. I mean, baseball was okay, but the rest of them,
Fair. So scroll through here, Bob. So you got any of these collections in your repertoire there, Eric? If you wanted, Bob, Paul could really sell you on some Dick Felt cards. Think about it.
Um, I I actually have seen Dick Pole cards at the shop, and because we're a bunch of immature adult men, jokes have been made.
What
Russ,
about Dick Felt? How do you feel about Dick Felt?
I don't think I've met him or seen his cards, um, but
He is in the footballs as an actual player.
I'm sure
Yeah.
the gentleman who just got drafted though for the NBA seems to have quite a following with his last name, and he seems to be kind of charismatic. Like he wants to bring attention to himself, where I would try to not do that.
Mm,
Are
fair.
you aware of which gentleman I am speaking of?
I know there was somebody that was like memes,
Yes.
but I don't remember who it
Yes,
was
his
or what the
last
name is.
his last name is Dick,
Mm,
and he is this very tall, skinny white guy, and dresses kind of I don't want to say flamboyantly. That's not the right term, but glitzy,
mm.
and brings a lot of attention to himself.
There you go. Paul says once every 6 months I'll try the same with Kelvin Benjamin. Sadly, no one wants to dump the premium stuff for $10. I know. Look, you guys think I'm joking. I actually think for some of those shitty players, I actually think there's a floor. If they ever at any point were even theoretically a prospect, there's a certain point at which the people that are holding the more premium cards simply will not release the cards for what would be market value. I actually think there's a floor built into it. Like they just won't. They would literally rather be buried with them. At
Yeah,
which point you're like, so it's like this doesn't reflect market value, but if I wish to extract it out of your grasp, I'm going to have to actually pay more than I should if that is my desired goal. So I'm like, all right, for one, I will do this. For one, I will do this. But I swear to God, if you counteroffer me, we're done this conversation. We are done this conversation. I'm not playing that game with you. Let's go through here. Clipboards are undervalued? Clearly not. Clipboard futures. You're describing Chad Henne. I would take that job any day. Yes, he's made a career out of being a backup. That's why BU QBs make good offensive coordinators. There you go. Philly Joe, good evening. Are we covering the tops laying down the new laws? We can in a minute. Is it Grady Dick? Is that the name?
I don't know the gentleman's first name, but I know that that's his last name, and he definitely dresses a little glitzy.
There you go. The card hobbyist has a suggestion for you. You can go with Dick Pole, Dick Felt, and Dick Trickle in that order.
I have heard of Dick Trickle. He's a NASCAR boy. Likes to drive around in circles, turn left.
Wow. Well, the one with the Elton John jacket. Yeah, that's the one with the sequin jacket, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I saw the memes. I didn't know the name, but I saw the memes. Richard Petty, smart enough not to shorten his kingly name. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
That is signed. That is one of the coolest cards I've ever seen. And of the crash that he had, one of his many crashes. And then, of course, it's autographed in gold paint pen. Mm-hmm. So I keep it. That's the only non-hockey thing that sits on my desk. I just think this is so cool.
You just lied. You have donut sticks there.
Not tonight. Yeah. I don't eat them.
Dick Buckus is still the best name out there. Truth, Bobby. Dick Trickle is the best NASCAR name. True. Now that I've caught up, good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. Let's smash the like button. Thank you, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
Richard Lovelady is the best for me. There you go. That's a real name, too. I do collect plates of Burley. Paid under $20 for most. That's fair. But several sellers on eBay have the price in the 40-80 and won't budge. That's the problem. There's a problem. That's the serious issue. If they don't budge and you actually want... Like I said, there is a value to humor. If you want to buy it ironically, there is a value to it. But I'm sitting like, dude, what other offer? And I almost feel like reaching out to the seller and going like, what other offer are you getting? Seriously, like I will actually honor this deal. Just if you accept it, I will pay for it and you can send it and we're done. But I don't know what's going on there. I can't help you. It's a new Raptors draft pick. There you go. Dick Trickle got sponsored by George Dickel. Wow. You guys have given this some thought. Clearly given this some thought. You never know coming into a night, Eric, what the people are going to get excited about. This wasn't what I had on my bingo card.
No. Never know what's going to come.
So, good evening, Big Scott, and good evening, Jason. Cards and Comics. No love for Dick Pole? Clearly not. Dad and Dick Felt. They're not getting a lot of love. Just terrible. He's from Kansas and paid tribute to the Wizard of Oz? Really?
He's very glitzy. That's all I'm saying. I don't know, man.
Eric, maybe you need to be a little more glitzy. Maybe we need to get you like a fancy... Listen, I already said, I mentioned before we started, Forbidden Doors on Sunday. So the AEW pay-per-view is going to be on. Like, maybe in the spirit of Ric Flair and other great wrestlers of the past, maybe you need to start showing up to the show with a sequin gown. Like a whole thing. Like coming with a whole robe.
Okay. We'll see what we can do.
Might have to do it, man. It could be just a big chocolate stick on the back. And then everyone just questions like, "What? Why do you have it's a chocolate stick? I don't care what you think it looks like. It's a chocolate stick."
He needs a pink one with the Crumble logo on the back.
That'd be amazing. That would get us a sponsorship big time.
Well, I mean,
big time.
Now seems like the perfect time to remind everybody that this week's broadcast is once again brought to you by Crumble Cookies. And Crumble wants to remind all of you out there that if you get that Crumble, you go get some Crumble. And remember, yet again, for a limited time, you're running out of time. For all Canadian citizens, get to your local Crumble, and for a 5% discount, all you have to say is, Carlos sent me. Crumble, the sponsor of Because It's Carlos.
Wow, and you still got the name wrong. Bobbles, it's not that complicated a name, I swear. I don't know. Anyway.
Believe me, I've learned that people have difficulty with names.
Do they crumble like the Bruins
Why
did in the
don't you shut
playoffs?
up, Bubbles?
Man, is that the way the cookie crumbles? We wish, but I swear to God, Bobbles, one day. I want to get that. In the back of my mind, I keep thinking I should just reach out to them. I should send them a couple of these shticks and just see if the crumble people are like, yeah, we'll sponsor that. And all of a sudden, it's like, wait, you're actually it's like seriously? All
Hit them
right.
up on.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
I think they're mostly on TikTok. I think that's
Really?
where they became popular. Was
I might have to get Eric on it. He's all about the TikToks. He's hip with the kids.
I don't,
I don't understand TikTok.
I genuinely I don't either. But I also haven't tried. Like I genuinely have no interest in it. I feel like I've touched on enough platforms. I'm like, no, I'm good, man. It's okay.
Chinese are spying on us through the TikTok.
It's okay. They can't figure out where you are anyway. They can't figure out which one of the 3 Massachusetts territories you're in. Yeah, you're in Peabody, but which one? There's a lot of territory out there.
Yeah.
He bumbled crumble, damn it. I know. Terrible. All right, let me quickly talk about this since I mentioned it earlier. I was gonna get to it, but we ended up down the Dick Felts, the Dick Poles. You guys wanted a lot of that, so you all do you. It's fine. No judgment. It's fine. But let me quickly talk about in the same vein, bench clear. That was a terrible segue. I'll accept it. So bench clear. They're having the Hobby Palooza 2023 edition, and I'm very saddened that we didn't get a Bobbles and Ball Cards hour. And in case you're curious and asking, I'm not involved in it as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, mind you, last time I wasn't involved in it until suddenly I was. So, as far as I'm aware, as it stands at this moment, I am not involved in any way, shape, or form. But I will read to you who, in fact, is. So, let's do that. All right. And this is on the Hobby News Daily website. You can see it. Okay. So, this is the lineup. You got the Saturday and the Sunday. We got the 2 days. All right, Saturday, and this is the unofficials times 14 unofficials. Hobby Palooza premiere. It's not affiliated in any way, shape, or form. All of these are on the Bench Clear channel. They're not here. So anyway, all right, Saturday. You start off with Hobby Hotline. Makes sense. Saturday morning. Get it. Sure. And Hobby Hotline is very well associated with Hobby News Daily. Get it. Makes sense. Got it. All right, 11 a.m. Card Cutter. Card Cutter, for those unfamiliar, used to be around a little bit more in the community. He's been deployed several times, so but now he's back around. So it's great that he's going to be doing some stuff. That's awesome. He started making some videos again, so good opportunity if you're not familiar with him. He does a lot of on-card autograph stuff through the mail and on-card autograph. That's kind of his deal. Good guy. I've been on his channel. We did a little wrestling draft a couple of years back. I destroyed them, by the way. If you go find the video, I destroyed them, but it's there. Good guy, though. Good dude. Next up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Reindeer Studios. 2 p.m. That's 70s Card Show. I'm familiar with them. Haven't watched too much, but I am familiar. 3 p.m. Junk Wax Hero, who I've seen, is going to be with Chris Sewell. So that's baseball collector dealer stuff in that order. So that's cool. I think that'll draw a good audience. 4 p.m. is Andy. She blinded me with her factors. He was on here last week. Great guy.
He sucks. Don't watch him.
Great guy. 5 p.m. Diamond Yard Sports Cards. I'm familiar with his work. I think I've nominated him for YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I think he got in last time. So I like his stuff. If you like vintage, that's cool. So that's there. 6 p.m. They take a break for an hour. Nothing on. 7 p.m. Ray from Philly. 8 p.m. Mike O is on there. So I've chatted with Mike O on the channel. That's there. 9 p.m. is Jimmy Guns. He does a lot of auctions and stuff. I've seen a little bit of his stuff, so I am familiar with him. I know who he is. Sunday, 11 a.m. is Hobby News Daily. They're the media sponsor, the media partner, whatever, so totally makes sense. 12 p.m., 12 at midday, Pepino Man. That'll be special.
That's
I have no
9. Oh, that's Central Time, so it'd be 10 a.m. his time.
Yeah, so that's right.
I was gonna say that's early as hell for him.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So noon Eastern. So lunchtime, Pepino Man. 1 p.m. Baseball Collector. 2 p.m. Sports Card Nation. This is on Sunday. 3 p.m. Midlife Cards. He's definitely come on recently and done a lot of videos. So I've seen some of his stuff. 4 p.m. Civil Jackify. That makes sense. They're buddies. 5 p.m. Baseball Hall of Fame Autographs. I am not familiar with that one. That one I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've watched any of his stuff. 6 p.m. Eastern. You've got Alex Bowman 53. Good dude. I've been on his channel before. 7 p.m. Sports Card Dad. So if you guys need slab mags, he'll sell you some. Good for him. And then 8 p.m. to finish it off, I guess. Cousins Collectibles. So they're associated with a lot of the kind of the wolf pack stuff. So there's a lot of associations you can see with either Hobby News Daily, Bench Clear, and some of the friends and associations with it, and then you've got a couple of different little content networks. Let's put it that way. Because even the blank airtime on the Saturday, the 1 hour that's completely off, that there's nothing on, is vaguely associated with the Sports Card Dad. So there is some associations there if you put the pieces together. So I'm not sure exactly how they came to the final lineup, but there it is. So Saturday and Sunday you got, if you want to see some content there, I think it's all on the Bench Clear channel. So you can check that out. And if you want to see it for yourself, hobbynewsdaily.com, you can see the whole lineup front to back. So I've gone over that real quick. So just any thoughts, anything on any of it? Any the thing itself, or
if I have, and I'm being serious. If I have some free time, I'll definitely, have it on and check it out.
Mhm.
Weekend seems pretty busy, according to the women in my life. So I don't know if I will get a chance to check much of that out, but I'll pop in when I can and listen to it.
Makes sense. Scrolling through real quick. Let me make sure let me get caught up here. Here. They can't find PBD on the map. If you can. Snag the KB Tops 5-star silver ink auto out of 60 last month for under $10 an auction. Like his auto plus brief stand in Buffalo. Easy say yes to the PC. There you go. TikTok is ADHD fuel. True. Chinese are spying on Eric. Everyone is. Wife and girls love Crumble. Store open near us, 30 miles north of Philly, but the 5% discount is for Canadians only. Well, if you can make the code work, I think you can make if you can make the code work, then take the 5% wherever you can get it.
Joe, just go in and just go up to the cash register and just be like, Carlos sent me. I was told to tell you Carlos sent me. And just see, if you can record it, because that would be a great reaction. Just to see what they say.
And we will start a bail fund if necessary.
I don't know if you ever saw it. There was this commercial. I want to say, I don't think it was a Super Bowl commercial. I think it was this commercial. It was like this joke thing where this guy comes in and he just walked in and he was talking to these girls and everything. And he was trying to impress these girls. And then he said, somewhere in the course of the conversation, he said, "Oh yeah, we know Sergio." He was trying to get in the club. He goes, "Oh, we know Sergio." And then this guy is listening in, hanging out with these girls in the booth and everything. And he goes, "You know Sergio? Come join us." And all of a sudden they're doing like a jet setting thing and all this stuff's going on. It's like, I want you to take the footage, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh my God, 50, take it for free." See? Works even better. Psh, discount codes are for peasants. All right. Eric is actually trapped for the Chinese spies. They listen in, but have no idea what the hell he's saying. They can't find PBD in the map, and they don't know what a hot dog is. True. FYI, there's a link to collaborate forum at the bottom of the Crumble HCA page. You know what needs to be done? Yes, there you go. It's true. Will Carlos share a stage with somebody he doesn't like? Maybe. No. Last time Andy invited me, and I like Andy. I invited him here, too. Oh, Lord, we get the Pepino Sunday morning coffee run. I know. Kamikaze's here to say, Webby. He actually means Wemby. To the moon. Carlos says that feels a little early for Pepino Man. This could be, he might have to inject the caffeine directly into his veins. Carlos says, I asked Mike if I could participate. He agreed to slot me in for the 4 p.m. Congratulations. Good stuff. Yesterday. I'll check out some of it, especially the Sunday stuff. I'll check in on some of them, but I'll check on it later.
Did you read that again? That was funny. Read that again.
After the Dick Poles and Dick Phelps, you want to get slotted?
No, you don't understand. He's saying he was put in for yesterday.
We're all put in for you. I got it after, yes.
Okay.
I think fun. The thing though is I think I could actually get it because Michael used to do the group ones. So you're right. I didn't read the last word, but he probably actually could get on with Michael because he's done the group ones before.
That's funny. I think that made me laugh.
Well, at least you read it. That's good. I think I would be on with Mike O. There you go. Feel like this channel is the bottom line real deal. It's something. Anchorman fights at National among sports card cleat.
Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, my God.
That'd be proper content. Bobbles, come here. We're anxious at Thunderdome.
I will make sure all of my GoPro batteries are charged, and I'll...
Yes.
And if I even have to partake, I mean, y'all will have live action footage, so...
Yeah, Bobbles, I think you should wear the GoPro and throw down.
Why not?
All of a sudden, there's like a whole battle happening here. Like you're facing that way, and then all of a sudden you turn 90 degrees and go after the person you actually want. They're not even involved. It's like, well, that took a turn. All right. Palooza this weekend? It is. There you go. A good way to get a brick of weed versus cookies? Maybe. Chinese spies and me? Could be. Nice, Tom. I've got an 8x10. I've been catching the national title when he played FSU fans, so the pro uni bump is funny to me. He'll always be more remembered for college. Yeah, but
Holy
less people like the college uniforms. They don't do a lot. We'll give it a shot. There you go. Exactly. Good evening, Orlando. It's proper. Sunday, 3 p.m. Good stuff, Orlando.
Why do I come on this? This show is stupid. You're stupid. I'm stupid. Bubbles is stupid. Everyone in the chat is stupid. Why in the world do I still do this?
Because you have low self-esteem and no one else likes you.
Okay, move on.
Yeah, so you question asked, question answered. Carlos is going to win. He has an American Revolution and Civil War vet on his side. That's right. Bobbles is my dude. Only weapons allowed are slabs. I like it. Oh, that was for you, Bobbles. That's what I said, Bobbles.
Screw you, Bob.
It's touchy.
Bobbles is like, wait a minute. Normally that's Baz's job. To get in there. But hey, listen, I don't have a problem with this. Only weapons allowed are slabs. I like it. So, Bobbles, just general, you familiar with the concept of it? Anything Hobby Palooza wise that caught your eye or that you have any interest in? Going to catch any of it or going to pretty much ignore it?
Well, if they're doing it this weekend, I know I'm going to be busy as hell tomorrow. Sunday, maybe, but I'm not going to promise anything.
I don't think it matters. Like, look, at the end of the day, you got to do what you're going to do. Even for me and the people that I'm interested in catching after, I probably won't watch it live. I'll honestly probably just check out the replay. I'll just watch it because they'll do the individual setup for each one. Because they do it on the Bench Clear channel. They're all on the Bench Clear channel. So the thing is, if you guys are interested, you can just go on to Bench Clear and there'll be a live going on, regardless of what time during those hours.
With the, I've never even tried it, and we probably could at some. But doesn't the StreamYard thing allow dual stream now? I wonder how many folks are going to do that. That way, like they can get their audience and everything too on their channel.
If the question would be if Bench Clear would be okay with, because part of what they've done is that I don't know if they're going to do the same thing as last time, but they would do the links. Thing. Yeah, so they're trying to do some of that. So the other thing though is that you can do, like, obviously StreamYard would allow it, but here's the thing: it's Bench Clear that is controlling the StreamYard. So they would have to agree to have it on and then also connect it so that it would allow you to do it that way. So I'm not saying no. It's not. I'm not in charge of it. So I'm just saying like, okay, go ahead. So we'd have to see what that would look like. Okay, let's go through here. It's true. Hit the like for Civil War vet Bobbles. Kamikaze is talking in a language that only Kamikaze understands. I'm reading it, and I still don't understand. I got nothing. Imagining a 2-inch thick 90 screw down in a gym sock and the damage it could do.
Got that right.
Look at you, Paul. Look at you. It's a fact. Well, there you go. I've covered the Hobby Palooza piece. Done it. The other one I'll touch on briefly. Talked about it a little bit last night, but Topps has decided to put the hammer down on shops to limit and make certain terms available on what they can do and what they can't do. So let me ask first question. Eric, is Sports World have a direct account with Topps or no?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing it through distributors, so I'll be curious to see what that ends up looking like. But for the direct ones, they've made some modifications to say that presumably, again, we'll see how that plays out, but based on what they provided so far, you can do breaking, but people have to be in the store, meaning basically no online breaking. You can't sell online without express permission, so that's being very militant. And basically, they're making a lot of restrictions on what you can do and can't do with the product. You can do this, you can't do that. You can do this, you can't do that. Some of it is stuff like having the ability to give point of sale data, which would require stores that are in the 21st century and have more modernized systems. Because if you're doing it all on piece of paper and like written records, probably not going to fly. So there's a lot of these things that are probably going to leave a lot of old timey shops out in the cold that might have had access to that. I don't know how many stores are actually directly impacted, but also let's not forget that Fanatics has also cut down the amount of access to distributors. So if the distributors are also getting squeezed out of that model, so basically you've got these different forces. That's one. And then for the braking side of it, I mentioned that there were a couple of rules restricting braking. Well, eBay's also restricting braking to allowed accounts, which is a very limited subset. So the breakers are getting squeezed from both sides. Some of the shops are getting squeezed from both sides. It's going to make things very complicated if you're operating a shop in the space and you're not considered one of these new age kind of shops that are operating in that space. So first, Bobbles, just real quick before Eric, because you're obviously in a shop that is operating a little different. I'll get your take on it too. But Bobbles, just high level. Any thoughts about that?
My first thought is, and this isn't anything against anyone, but this hobby will find a way around it.
Of course.
Like, we know how it works. They can put these rules in place. There's tons of rules already in place, and there's workarounds. But secondly, if I was a shop owner, I can see both sides of the table. You know, Fanatics is running a business, but they want most of the money. They don't want it passed along to the distributors. But at the same time, if it's my shop, like, just browsing through them rules, they're basically telling you how the hell you have to run your own store, and they're not paying your rent. You know, they're supplying you with inventory, but I don't know it. I don't like it, if that makes any sense or if that matters. But then again, I was looking back on it, and since Fanatics has taken over, I have decreased the level of wax. And me and my wife used to open a lot of wax, but we have decreased the level, and I haven't opened but one hobby box in the last 8 months, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're suggesting that the stringent policies, people will try to get around them?
oh, they will. They'll find ways to get around it.
Just throwing out some visual representations just to help us out, you know.
So let's just play a little scenario here. Eric works.
By the way, in that visualization, Eric is going to be the one doing that.
Eric owns Sports World. He's
yeah.
Sports World. He owns it. No, we're just doing this for the scenario. He has the direct account.
Okay.
There's rules in there that he can't open product for personal use or do breaks or whatever. But he has a close relationship with you. What is to keep him from saying, "Hey, Carlos, come in, buy 10 boxes"? Okay. The record is showing Carlos bought it. Now, as long as it's at MSRP and he's not giving Carlos a crumble discount, how can they stop that? And then Carlos passes it along to Eric, where Eric goes home, jumps on Whatnot, and rips, 10 boxes under whoever's name or whatever. Now, yeah, the break is going to have to be more expensive to get that margin of it, but he's already also made the margin from having the direct account. So, I mean, what's going to stop them from knowing that? It's going to be interesting.
Well, I think that comes down to kind of what we talked about with the shield bidding thing. That a lot of people worry about shield bidding. Shield bidding is not a good thing, to be clear. But if somebody's doing it properly, you'll never know. Like if somebody really is doing it properly and they want to prop up a sale and make it look the way they want to make it look, if they really know what they're doing and they're properly coordinated, they will not be doing it with zero feedback bidders. They will not do this weird pattern that is so obvious and so blatant that somebody can see it from space. They'll be a little bit more sophisticated, at which point that means they'll still get away with it even after you try to crack down and do a bunch of other things. So you got to kind of remember that's a factor. I'll read a couple of quick comments here, and then I want to get Eric's take. Dave here. Good evening. Interesting how the eBay made their statement first. Fair. RLCS has zero online presence, still the same as it was in '88, so they may or may not be effective. Tops reps will be visiting shops like IRS agents, but You underestimate the sneakiness, Orlando. Did you see that GIF? That right there is very light-footed Eric making his way with the big satchel. That's pretty. That's pretty fancy footwork, man. Who could have even caught that?
Real quick,
Go
just to
ahead.
interrupt real quick. If they want so much damn control and so much money over it, why don't they just open their own stores?
Oh, I think they will. That was
That
what I
would be
posited last
the
night. Is they're going to do it? In my opinion, I have no inside information, but it makes all the sense in the world for them to have they're going to have the kiosks in the stadiums and stuff, but the
they
stadiums are
have
only running where the
lids.
stadiums are running. I'm talking about a full-fledged Fanatics card shop or whatever, or they may partner with some of these identified ones and it'll become powered by Fanatics, but in reality, Fanatics is, is the man behind the curtain. They will never be without allocation. If they need
Do
something, they will get deliveries. It will be brought.
do you think the store that they opened at Cooperstown, do you think that was a test run to see performance levels and
Why wouldn't
if
you?
it
Yeah.
would be profitable for them to just do that across the country?
Yeah. But basically, what it'll be a store that has the advantage of never being restricted on allocation ever, and they'll have access to Fanatics Live. They'll basically be able to do all the things that these restrictions presumably prevent. They will have carte blanche to do all of them. They will be able to break online. They'll be able to sell online. They'll be able to do everything that you supposedly can't do, but it's powered by Fanatics. They will get
Hmm.
a wide open runway to basically there will be favored nations that will get special terms that will be able to do whatever they need or whatever they want to do. They won't even need the sneaky guy with the satchel. It will not be necessary. That'll be redundant. That's what I believe. That's what I believe they would do, and it would make the most sense for them to do it. How that's going to look, no idea. Card Hobbyist says the only reason Fanatics try to curb the market in certain areas is because they're going to try to get involved and try to make money in those areas. Absolutely true. Yeah, that's kind of what Bobbles is saying as well. That's what I paused last night. I go, I would 100% expect them to have their own shops in some capacity. However that's going to look, no idea, but I would 100% expect that. There's a common agreement in the retail space, yes, for the retail side of it. I would love to see the vending box make a comeback. I think it's interesting. I don't know who's looking to do, like, who wants to go to the vending box and unless it's them selling you the vending box, because who's getting cards out of the vending machine now? How expensive is this vending machine, by the way? We're gonna tap. It's like, all right, guys, I'm going to. It's like, what kind of vending is it? It's like, this is flawless vending. You need the card because it's $500. Boom, one card. No.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about it dropping and dinging the corner because those normally already have those.
Imagine though you go to your you go to your flawless vending and you get your one card because it would be one card. You go and pull you open it up and it's like a fourth year Baker Mayfield with a non-player warrant. It's just like it's effectively a manufactured batch. Like, no, you just get like bad vets. Yikes. Paul Sear says, I find it hard to believe Topps would have the time to visit stores, but they're too busy trying to figure out how to incorporate the 87 design in new sets. Yes. Paul's making some valid points. It sounds like it's going to benefit the shop owners, but maybe about to lunch. Yeah, it'll benefit. It's the exact opposite. It's not going to benefit most of the shop owners. Most of the shop owners are screwed. Some of them will do all right, though. Calvin Benjamin, just scanning through. All right, you guys check it out. Dave says the sales tax is the penalty. Psh, taxes. Doesn't exist if you have money. Hear that, Carlisle? Fanatics ultimately wants collectible shops. Yeah. And then you would put the apparel and other stuff in there as well, and that'd be another angle for you to have a full-fledged shop. I think they're trying to save the fact they made a bad bet. We'll have to see. They will just use lids. They could. Matt H. The store in Cooperstown is mediocre. There. Dave says this is a potential bulldozer to removing the old timey card shop and their ecosystem, moving towards a direct model Fanatics familiar with. They want every aspect of it, yeah. They want the direct-to-consumer model as much as possible. Worst case scenario time. Eric, this is like your moment. You should predict more doom. We're coming up on July the 1st. There's still time. It's been a year since the end of days. We are in the post-apocalyptic world.
That is true.
Gotta be honest, Eric. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, we got cookies. I had a white macadamia earlier today. It was fine.
Yes, yeah.
It wasn't as bad as we thought it would be.
As long as we have cookies, we have hope.
Bubbles, I'm just saying, like, it's been a year since, so it's been nearly a year since the post-apocalyptic era began, July the 1st, 2022. And yeah, I had cookie earlier today. It was good. Things are working out just fine. Benny boxes were more about allowing hobby shops to sell singles and collate sets. Yeah, but the set collecting is a bit of a problem. But look, at the end of the day, I'm for whatever. We'll see how it plays out. I just don't know where the appeal is for a lot of folks. Fanatics already has some existing brick and mortar locations, all major league venues. Yes. I just mean in addition to. I mean standalone stores that'll be open when they're not in season. Eric loves Doomsdays. True.
Every day is a doomsday.
Yep. He does live in Peabody. Fanatics may have to skirt some of the antitrust lawsuits in the future. They continue to consolidate markets under the banner. We'll have to see, because right now they technically don't have an antitrust case in any category. They're integrated all the way through, but there's competition in every single one of those spaces currently. It's how close they skirt to that line is going to be interesting. Tom says, I think it's David Adams Card World, right? David Adams Card World? Yeah. Originally located and spread pretty far. I wonder how far the Fanatic stuff is affecting them. Doesn't David Adams Card World have like one in Europe? I feel like they made a store. One of these companies made a store in Europe, and it was like kind of random, but I thought it was kind of funny that they actually did one. It was like, all right.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it was them or not.
I remember reading that one of these companies actually did a store in Europe, which I thought was interesting. They are partnered, are they not? Who is James? You have to be a little more specific. But yeah, right now the Players Association and everything. Players Association has a stake in the venture. The leagues have a stake in the venture. I just think it's interesting. Like, I get the general idea with a lot of it as far as the whole antitrust thing, but I don't think enough people care.
Well, like I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I play one on TV though.
Did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express? Because that'll.
I did. My wife got sick of me, threw me out for a couple of nights, and I stayed at a Holiday Inn, and now I have a law degree. I don't understand, and if you guys can explain it to me, or someone in the chat or whatever, if I purchase something, doesn't matter what it is, I pay for it. So I order, as a shop, I order X amount of product from Tops. I pay them. That product arrives to my shop. That is now mine. I can do whatever I freaking want to do with it. I can set it on fire. I can rip it all and put every single card in my PC. I could sell every pack. I could sell every box. I could sell every card. I don't understand how legally Tops/Fanatics can tell you how to use their product. If I buy a Lamborghini and I pay $100,000 cash, I have the right to drive it off their lot, park it across the street, pour gas on it, and set it on fire. And the Lamborghini company can't say or do a damn thing about it.
So I think you're skipping a step. The car scenario doesn't quite work because of obviously the nature of it. But what they could do is if the Lamborghini dealership sold it to you as someone who bought it, they can no longer be a Lamborghini dealership and will not have access to those. So it's not so much a legal challenge as in like, oh, you're going to get thrown in jail. It's more like a thing like, all right, you violated the agreement. There's a penalty here. And if you don't want to pay it, then you're going to get cut off from product. Now, can you get, I'll go to the distributor. Cool. We're not giving the distributor product. So how do you plan on getting it?
Okay, so what kind of lawsuit can be had of, prejudice selling? I have a right to buy this product just like everybody else. It isn't like you're trying to sell me a gun, which, it gets complicated on owning and purchasing and using, etc. It's a cardboard with a man's picture on it. So I think if they were like, no, sorry, we're not selling to you, I could say, well, it's against the law for you to, not sell to me, but to sell to that guy.
No, it's not. No, you can fire your customer. So that's the whole authorized reseller. Look, you can get a product. That's what the whole distribution network is. Remember, we're talking about Top slash Fanatics direct what's it called? Direct contracts with a store. You today don't have to be a direct association to Tops, Fanatics, Upper Deck, any of them. But if you want to get the product directly from them, then you have to sign off on an authorized reseller agreement in which you're agreeing to the terms they are laying out. We will make this product available to you. Otherwise, you can go through a distributor. Most card shops are going through a distributor today. In Canada, we've got two main ones, Universal and Grosvenor. If you're a card shop in this country and are not buying your boxes off of eBay or somewhere random, you're probably getting them from Universal or Grosvenor. You open up an account with Universal and Grosvenor are the ones who have the contract with Upper Deck or Top slash Fanatics and Panini and all that, or even Leaf. So they're buying from them, and then you're buying from Universal or from Grosvenor. So your deal is with Universal slash Grosvenor, whatever that is. But if they violate their deal and they don't get product, you don't get product on the other end either. But if you have a direct deal with Tops and you violate their terms and they don't sell you boxes anymore, no problem. Hey, you can still sell singles. Nobody's stopping you. You can go on the secondary market and you can go buy a hobby box at a competing store at retail and charge your customers more and hope they'll buy it from you. You're allowed to do that.
It's crazy that they're allowed to tell you how to use their product. There's nothing else I can think of in my home that the owner, the company that made it tells me how to use it.
You're not talking about a private user though.
Apple sold me this computer that I'm using right now.
Yeah, but you're still, Eric, you need to go back to Holiday Inn Express. You're talking about the individual user. Fanatics isn't telling you how to deal with your cards. They're telling the dealer how to deal with the cards. And they do have the right, as an authorized reseller agreement, to tell them exactly how to. Basically, these are our rules. You will follow them, and we will allow you to purchase products from us. Otherwise, we don't have to sell it to you. So this other guy who will follow our rules will sell it to them. Everybody has the same set of rules.
Think of it this way, Eric, because I know you deal with it at the shop. The cards that you put on eBay, they're your cards, right?
They're the shop's cards, yep.
Well, they're owned by someone. They're not owned by eBay. But when you are listing them and selling them on eBay, there are guidelines and rules that you have to follow.
Yep, and I'm quickly going through a couple of comments that are covering the exact same thing we're talking about here. Because the problem is with all your analogies, Eric, you're talking about the individual consumer. Fanatics cannot control what you, the individual consumer, are doing with the cards. But the dealer, that's why I said if you want to use the car analogy, the correct side of the equation to be on is the dealership who sold you the car. You bought the car from the dealership, do whatever the hell you want with it. That's your problem. But the dealership has rules they have to follow, or Lamborghini will give them no more cars. That they can do that. That is under the rules. Here's one, contract distribution. Minimum advertised price, which is perfectly legal, 100% right. You can sell it for whatever you like, but you cannot advertise lower than the MAP or MSRP.
That's just like with me doing group submissions. When I first started, I could set whatever price I wanted. Now they tell me the minimum price that I'm allowed to charge.
Yep, I have to sign a legal document, agree to terms, same as a franchising agreement. Exactly, James. That's bang on. Big Scott, managed at Champ Sports for years. I can tell you some crazy agreements in the retail space. Grocery store is just bad. So that's the thing, Eric. Don't look at it from a consumer standpoint. Look at it from the retail business. The grocery store, the real estate, the retail space, they have rules on what they can sell, what they can't sell, or their distributor or the manufacturer will cut them off. And they can do that because you violated the rule that you agreed to.
Speaking of the retail space, though, I haven't heard anything discussed of this. Mm-hmm. But if they're trying to cut distribution, what's that going to then flow to with your Walmart and Target areas for the retail content? Because those are placed there from distributors. What is it? MJ Holdings and Excel, I think it is. And those companies, one reason Walmart and Target don't really give a crap about the product so much is they just rent the space in the store to place the product in. Target and Walmart don't really own the product at all. It's MJ and Excel renting that space from Target and Walmart. I wonder if that's going to have a change.
It could, but I think to your point though, Walmart and Target are big enough that they can basically tell Fanatics to fuck off. Like basically, they're like,
Right.
it's our store space. They're in the opposite side. They're the 800-pound gorilla, relatively speaking. They're like, no, you would be privileged to get space on our shelves for us to sell this. If we deign to give you space to sell this product. So from the perspective of Fanatics, Fanatics would probably, if there was a retail agreement for that kind of retail, they would probably bend over backwards to make the terms agreeable to what Walmart and Target want to do because they would like to have a presence in the store. So more than likely, they would be, as your mom and pop shop, fuck off. But like, Walmart and Target, like, no, please, what can we do? What can we do to make this easier for you? How can we accommodate you? It's a completely different power dynamic because of the sheer volume of sales that you can drum up. Because if you can build that retail product and sell through, there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of money on the table there. Whereas the mom and pop shops, it might be a big deal. It might not be a big deal. It depends. So it's one of those things. Now, real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. If they eventually try to restrict what an individual can sell, that's when the regulators start knocking it. Yeah, if you try to go that draconian to the individual, then there's an issue. But if somebody signs an agreement and they agree to the terms are the terms of the terms. You don't have to agree. You can just, they can end the relationship at that point. Say, I can't agree to these terms. Fair enough. You won't be getting any more product from us. Figure it out. I like the grocery store and retail space as best example. Fanatics will distribute straight to the retail space, yes, and pay the retail space and for their empty employers to set up displays. I would see that as one of the avenues at which they would distribute product, yes. I agree with that, Scott. I've always been curious where most cards come from. Proportionally, are there more hobby or retail cards out there? Or even cards in complete sets?
That's actually an interesting one, and he's likely just going on the baseball end of it with like the base top stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in 2020 I actually like ran numbers because the hobby has the hobby exclusive parallels and everything, and you could kind of break down and get not maybe 100% accurate but a pretty close guesstimate on how many of each parallel like allocation would be for the hobby product. There is by far way more retail out there. I'm pulling this number off the top of my head. I don't know if it's accurate, but I think 67% ish, so about 2/3 of the parallels likely wind up in retail. Hence why you see so many of the Platinum 101s for like your Topps flagship stuff being pulled from retail products.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's fair. I agree. And Matt H here, I agree with this as well. One distributor model that's going to survive is the retail guys like MJ and Excel. Fanatics definitely doesn't want to hire that many to stock Targets and Walmarts. And that's kind of where the differentiator is between the two spaces. They're both retail, but
yeah, that's what I was interested in.
Yeah, and it's just because here mainly because they do CCG as well, absolutely. But look, what it comes down to is we're talking about magnitudes of scale, right? The amount of product where, in theory, a Walmart or a Target can move, in terms of sheer number of those retail boxes, if they move through them, they can move through a lot more of that product a lot faster than the average shop will move through hobby boxes. And the hobby shop needs it more. That's why I say, like, for Walmart or Target, they have the luxury of being able to just, okay, yeah, fine, we don't care, get out of here.
Well, and having those guys, the retail distributors, that allows them to open up to put on that Wawa and Cracker Barrel and whatever other shops, retail spaces they want to toss cards into, and then just have those vendors go around to those spaces stocking or giving those stores the allocations, whereas Fanatics would have to have all that shit set up for everybody, and that would be probably a nightmare.
I'd agree. Wonder if they don't partner with Amazon to sell products, sell and distribute. So right now, that's what WotC is doing. Wizards of the Coast via Hasbro. So they've dumped products sometimes on Amazon. So Amazon's another distributor. I guess what it really comes down to is that when we're looking at Fanatics has a distribution network, yes. But boxes and cards, and this is why the distribution model even became a thing in the first place. It's not that the old Tops. Let's just talk about old Tops pre-Fanatics. it's not that old Tops couldn't do these deals with individual card shops. It's just they didn't want to have to do the work necessarily of shipping product to 1,000 different card shops in all these locations and send some to this one, send some to this one. For a lot of these manufacturers, Tops included, it became easier to be like, I'm just going to send 50 pallets worth to Grosvenor, to Universal, to I forget the name, Southern Hobby. These distributors, and then they would take care of having individual accounts with all these stores. And then yeah, I'm sending you 6 boxes. I'm sending Bobbles a case. I'm sending Bougie Eric a truck full. But you could do that because then it was their problem. All Tops, or Upper Deck, or Leaf, or any of them had to do is, how many cases do you guys need? We'd like 100, 250 cases, 500 cases, 1,000 cases. Boom, one shipment. Send them all the cases, and then you figure out how to distribute it. Hence distributor. And that model
which
made
is
sense for it.
why which is why the stacked box theory became really hard to believe in most cases, because most of the time it goes to those distributors, and then you have DealerNet and everything else where breakers and stuff are getting product from all over the place. To keep track of all of that stuff and to know, okay, this person is getting this exact box is damn near impossible. So
I agree, but that's the key piece. Is that is I'm not saying it's impossible. Like you can still totally do things like the thing with that Ruben did with that. I want to say like F1 guy or whatever.
but that was direct.
No, but that's what I'm trying to get at. That scenario, sure,
Hmm.
because it's literally the dude himself, one on one with the guy. Like, yeah, okay, great, and like that's to try to maximize exposure. It makes total sense. But for the average rank and file, a lot of these breakers are getting it through distributors anyway. They're not. They don't
Hmm.
have a direct account with Tops
Or
or with
buying
whatever.
it on
Yeah,
DealerNet.
yeah. That's why I use that. I think one of the big pieces that those edicts are doing is that a lot of the terminology is trying to discourage the use of DealerNet, which I think is going to be very impactful. That's what's going to get interesting. So that's why when I was talking about it with Eric here earlier about this, here's the question: Sports World. That's why I said, as far as we know, they don't have a direct account with Tops. So that means more than likely they're buying it through a distributor, or they're buying it through DealerNet, or one of a variety of different ways of getting product. If you restrict it, that's going to make it a little bit tricky because a lot of these shops, they still want to be able to sell those packs and cards. That's still part of the business. It's not a high margin business. Like we use Brad as the example. And the thing is, a lot of people on the Thursday show, we talk about it, and Brad is usually very transparent about all this. The Upper Deck Extended, the shop bought 600 boxes, Bobbles. 600. And they've sold a little over half. But the thing is, okay, so how much cash did you have to put down in order to
Oh
take this
yeah.
allocation of 600 boxes? And you're currently sitting on half of it. And you're like, can we sell through the. And why did he take 600? Did he take 600 because he wanted 600? No. He took 600
He was.
because it's part of the overall, like,
Yep.
okay, I take this for you. And then when I want that product, then you make it available. It's a quid pro quo kind of deal. And it's the way this business has gone for a long time. I like, I don't actually want that product. I can't sell it. It's like, but if you don't take this, then we cut your allocation to this other one.
Yep.
It's
And that was the
it's a form
funny
of extortion.
that was the funny thing with the pandemic boom, is there was cards out there from sets that people were paying a stupid amount of money for, and didn't realize that nobody wanted those products. Just hell, months before the pandemic, and Panini was forcing these people to buy X product, so much of X product to be able to get Y product, because they couldn't get rid of this product. And then all of a sudden, it was the hottest thing since sliced bread, because everything was on fire then. So, but you were talking about the DealerNet thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then Sports World, if they don't have a direct account, do you think this could actually hurt us, the consumer, because of what could potentially happen? Where, all right, this topic is the shops that are directly purchasing from Tops, but
Mm-hmm.
Tops themselves are still going to be selling product at MSRP pricing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have people that buy at MSRP pricing, that hit eBay or hit DealerNet or whatever, that's going to start then scaling the price of the product back up.
Mhm.
So it's like once the supply at MSRP is out, are we going to start seeing the climb of cost of wax again? Maybe not from Tops themselves, but on the outside market. Whereas you might, the online space, they limit how much you can buy or whatever. Are
Mhm.
we going to see a climb? Could it actually reversely affect the consumer on pricing?
So, Eric, I'm going to bring you in for this piece of the conversation, but let me present a scenario playing off of what Bubbles is saying. I think
Okay.
the answer is yes, but the biggest reason I think the answer is yes is because while they may make the same amount of boxes, by making it tricky, again, the old ecosystem was the manufacturer had direct accounts, but they also had that distribution model. The distribution model meant the distributor could screw around with the prices. The whole
Hmm.
idea is, oh, okay, get rid of the distributor and that'll fix it. And it's like, well, not necessarily, because now you're going to have favorite accounts that are going to have this access. In effect, those hobby shops that still have access after this deal goes into effect, if they agree to all the terms and they're allowed to have basically as much allocation as they can have, that means they're the only ones outside of Tops directly that people can get product from, which is to Bobble's point. If Tops restricts the amount that I as a direct consumer can order from them directly at MSRP, I'm at the mercy of my new distribution avenue, which is the preferred shops, which have access to the product. So yes, the price can go up. That's kind of Bubbles. Like on the Discord, Dakota is very excited about the notion, the premise of Tops coming back into football, and I'm sitting there like, careful what you wish for, because it's not like Tops is doing the best job. What if Tops football comes back, and it takes all the things you didn't like about the current situation and just put Tops on it?
That
I
that
see no
was what I
reason
was
you couldn't
talking
get
to
that.
him about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
see a scenario where you're going to get too many parallels. The overprinting, which again, I don't give a shit about overprinting. Do whatever you're going to do. My point though is, you're going to get the inflationary tactic. You'll get
hmm
less cards per box, and it'll be the same price per box. So in effect, raising the price. Without raising the price, we raise the price. You get hits, but the good hit is harder to pull. Whereas you used to get maybe one every couple boxes, now that same hit will be one in 8 boxes, two per case, one per case. It's still the same hit, but now it's one per case. So you're opening up more boxes of just like, yeah, you got some numbered cards. They'll just throw more number cards in. This is what people are kind of picking on Upper Deck for right now. It's like, it's this balancing act with value. If I offer you a box for $100 5 years ago, and I say to you for $100, you're getting two parallels, a numbered card, and a jersey or an autograph. Every box, this is what you get. Cool. Fast forward to the future, like, well, so you guys are raising the price too much. Fine, we're gonna give you this product for $100. You're getting 8 numbered cards, 3 colored cards, colored parallels and whatever, and you're getting a manufactured patch. And it's like, well, what about my memorabilia or autograph? One in 6 boxes, but it's $100.
hmm
Oh, and by the way, I'm giving you 20% less cards, 20% less base too, but
Yeah,
it's a
that's
hundred
it.
bucks. But it's $100. It's inflation by shrinking what you're actually getting for the dollar. I used the analogy before. You guys know that sometimes while I'll be sitting here, I'll have my Coke Zero or whatever. But if you take the old bottles, the plastic bottles of Coke, the plastic bottle used to be 591 milliliters. That was the sizing. Now it's 500, but it's the
The
same price. It's
easy
like you just took liquid out.
the easiest way to explain it is you're going to pay the same price for box A and box B, but your price per card is
Yes,
actually more.
correct. That's
So,
exactly. But that's a form of inflation. Without it,
hmm
like mentally, you're like, but I paid $100 before, and I'm paying
yeah.
$100 now. Yes, but you're getting less. It's like you're paying the same $100, but what's coming out for the $100 is less than before. And in effect, they've increased the price without increasing the price because in doing that they decrease the cost. It's another method, another avenue. So kind of Eric, so kind of playing into this. I believe that it will create this weird glut where some of these shops will actually have too much inventory and have to get really clever about how they get rid of it. But in effect, it almost creates a scarcity. It's not really scarce, but there's a pinch point.
It's
There's
just
a glut. It's
unopened.
actually stuck. It's stuck in the system for a little while. And during that brief time period, it's actually going to feel like, oh, they didn't make as much. Actually, they did. It's just it's sitting in Bob's warehouse right now, and he's trying to figure out like, how do I get rid of this shit?
That's
Where
what
do I move it?
happened. That's what happened with the Luca prisms. When shit blew up, there wasn't a ton of them. You know, it was pretty pretty prevalent, but people weren't open the product like they did, you know, once all hell broke loose, and then everybody opened it and it's like, oh wait, there's a ton of this shit out there. And then everything comes right back to the Jordans. When Jordan went crazy on the Fleer, it was like, oh, well, everybody and their mother has a Fleer Jordan rookie, you know. So it's like
Yep.
everything else. The price goes up, more comes out.
Yeah, I just think like, look, it comes down to this, and just to be clear, we've talked about it before. And by the way, I'm fully prepared to. I've already mentioned this before, and Eric knows this. I've already mentioned that I will happily sell out and sing nothing but the praises of Fanatics Overlords. You cut the big enough check, it's like, no, 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 they're the best. They're gonna fix everything in the hobby. It's gonna be sunshines and rainbows
This is the
and
smartest
lollipops.
shit ever.
Amazing. This is great. It's like, you know what? You pay more for those cards, and you let them punch you in the face, and you will like it. It's like Carlos, like, yes, because I'm getting paid. If they pay me enough, I like everything they did. But until then, no,
Thank you,
there's
sir,
absolutely
man.
no.
Have another.
Yeah, it's like there's no. The purpose of the company is to make more money. It's not to make you happy. It never was. By the way, Topps' job wasn't to make you happy either. That wasn't their goal. Their objective was to make money. They didn't do quite as good a job of it as they should have. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten snookered and gotten eaten up by Fanatics at the first possible opportunity. Different issue, but I just want to make sure we're clear on that. What I do not understand is the last few years people are excited for the hobbies entering the mainstream. This is what the mainstream looks like. Yes, that's right, Scott. We like hypocrisy around here. Try buying half a gallon of ice cream nowadays. Fair enough, Matt. Thank you. Some great comments, Matt, by the way. Thank you. I'm not sure I've seen you before, but thank you. Some good comments, so thank you for that.
That's beef.
Oh, is it? Great. Awesome.
I'm 99% sure that's him because I know
Ah,
that. Well,
sweet.
let me put it this way: that is his first name and last initial. So I
There you
am
go. All right.
99% sure that is him.
Fair enough. Without being able to see the alias, it makes it tricky for me. I just see Matt. I'm like, you're making good points. I agree. I like the cut of your jib, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter, but otherwise, I'm not sure. So Dufek says, like the Cadbury cream egg situation, the size of the egg is smaller, price is the same. I'm just making sure I quickly zip through a couple of these. Shrinkflation. Yep, that's me. Awesome. Thank you, Beef. Appreciate it. That means we make tons more actual boxes. Yes. I'm excited. I've seen corporation mainstream ruin everything I love after time. Star Wars, comics, and TV, many things. Dumb money. There you go. That would be definitely shitty draft classes and be stuck with a fuck ton of product that nobody wants. It's true. If you were a commissioner of baseball cards, what would you change? Ooh, I like this question. This is a good open-ended one, too. Bobbles? Wait, let me first, before we do it. I'll leave this question here. I'm going to go get a refill. First, Eric, general thoughts on the thing. It is one way or the other going to change the ecosystem for even stores like Sports World because they're going to have to figure out, however they're getting their boxes now, however that works, it's going to impact it. And the thing is, no matter what anybody says, people do still like opening boxes. There is still an enjoyment level to it. And like if I could and the prices were reasonable, I would happily open some boxes and packs. I'm not going to open cases and cases. I can't afford that shit. It ain't going to happen. But you're telling me once in a blue moon I can open a hobby box or two just for kicks and what the hell? I would love to. I would. Nothing would give me more pleasure. I would enjoy that greatly. But it's one of those things where like it doesn't make sense all the time for a lot of us. But chasing the singles makes more sense, but it's still part of the ecosystem. Sports World and some of these other ones that brings people in the door, and then maybe while they're buying some boxes, they'll buy some supplies. They'll buy a couple of singles. It helps. It brings people in the door and it helps the ecosystem. It's part of getting activity in the shop. People opening packs right there, getting excited when they actually pull the good thing once in a while. It adds to the environment. So just some thoughts on that, and I'll come right back.
Yeah, getting people into the door is obviously the biggest part of any business. Um, yeah, and we try to keep a large stock of wax. We have many ways of getting it. It isn't just direct distributors. Um, you know, we there are lots of people that spend their days just going from store to store to store to store to store and purchasing retail stuff and then coming to us and offering to sell it to us. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get um, wax in the store, and we sell a ton of it every day. people will come in and buy boxes and boxes and boxes of the stuff. This week we sold 2 boxes of the cup. Both people were disappointed with what they got in it. I think they were thinking they were going to retire off, their findings. And and as a hockey fan, and you know, I can't say I was overly impressed with it. I'm glad I didn't spend that kind of money on it. But you know, another thing is I'm seeing less of the gambling that went on during the last few years of people just bankrupting themselves buying boxes trying to get the hits so they could then flip them and make tons of money. We're seeing more collectors coming in and buying wax and boxes, which I like to see. I'm not a fan of the gamblers, but they do definitely still come in. We had I won't go into specifics today, but we definitely had somebody today that needs to reevaluate their life and the choices they make regarding their finances and other things. But I'm not a therapist anymore. I'm not going to sit there and counsel the guy. The guy wants to buy something. He's got the funds to do it. It's not my problem that, his life's going down the drain and he thinks that buying a box of sports cards is going to fix that. It's sad.
Well, the thing is, I feel like I've told this story. I'm not sure if you heard this one, Bobbles. So there was a stretch of time years ago where I worked in a pharmacy, and I did the overnight graveyard shift. I worked 10 p.m. till 8 a.m. And it was not a bad part of town per se, but not the best. Well, it's somewhere in the lower end middle, not amazing. You wouldn't want to necessarily hang out chunks of it at night. And you got some interesting characters, let's put it in the middle of the night, because we were open 24 hours and we were stocking shelves and whatever, and we'd have to do cash once in a while, every couple hours. 3 in the morning, 3 and 4 in the morning is not when you see normal people. Most normal people are not out there at 3 and 4 in the morning. We had a lady that came in regularly. So the way this plays into the analogy of what we're talking about here, you're talking about somebody spending too much money, gambling too much, whatever. And that you can't stop them because technically, they're entitled, they're allowed to do it, even if it might not be advisable for them. So we had a lady that would come in all the time, and she would buy mouthwash.
Oh, I know where this is going.
And it wasn't for her breath. See, the thing is, there's alcohol in mouthwash. Not a lot of it. You got to drink a crap ton of it. But it means an avenue. I'm not Smart Serve certified, but when she comes in all the time buying mouthwash, the big old bottle, and we're sitting there like,
Listerine.
and she would play it off like this whole thing is like, we know what you're doing. We literally all know what you're doing. And I'm saying, but also it's not my job. It's not a controlled substance. I am not required by law to get your ID I am not required in any way, shape, but we know what you're doing. Yeah. The only thing I could do to like pause the momentum a little bit briefly is I tried to upsell her Listerine. That's the only thing.
You wouldn't have to buy so much if you use this.
You use the Listerine. The Listerine. And we got a bunch of flavors. But legally, there's nothing that I can do. Right. I know what it's being purchased for. I know 1,000%.
I've had many a client that have done the mouthwash route. I've had many a conversation with clients over them doing that.
Yeah, but the point is, Eric, I am not able. Yeah. I can't stop her as long as she pays for it. As long as she doesn't try to run off and steal it.
Right.
If she goes to the shelf, grabs it, and puts it down, and says, "I want to buy this," I have to sell it to you. Again, it's not a controlled substance. There's no legal age. I don't need your ID.
But drugstores have caught on to certain things. You can't go in and buy 40 packs of Sudafed anymore, because the things that you can do with it. It's an ingredient of making homemade meth and stuff. So, they have figured out, saying, okay, we're going to limit every customer to certain things because we know that other things are being done. So if she tried to buy 4 bottles of Listerine, they might say, sorry, we're only allowed to sell one at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they had put some kind of restriction on it, we would have been bound to do that. But at the time, it's like, no, you want to buy a case of the damn thing, I have to sell it to you.
Yeah.
As long as you pay for it,
Yep.
there's nothing illegal about it. So this was Carlisle's question. I liked it. If you were commissioner of baseball cards, what would you change? I would require autographs to include every letter in the name. Most of them can't spell their name. It'd be amusing. I'd enjoy it. Bobbles, as czar of sports cards, let's expand it to include sports cards. You're the czar of sports cards. What are you doing? What's your first edict? What are you bringing down? Banning all Boston Bruins card is completely legitimate. That was going to be my first one. But what else you got?
I think the one thing major that I would like to see them change is if you're going to do the relics, make them game worn and make there be some way to tell what game it came from. There's no reason they can't do that, especially with today. You know, if Fanatics wants these shops to track who they're selling every damn box to, there should be no reason that they can't tell us what game that piece of fabric came from. So I would like to see game used. And that's the only relics that they need to put in there. I don't care if it's just a one single little color. I want to know what game it's from. That would be mine.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I would also like just to kind of piggyback off of that one. I liked when, and I had the example I showed last week, and I showed it more in the video there. I like the example of the one where they put the memorabilia, picture of the memorabilia thing on the back.
Mm-hmm.
This is where it came from. Like, so I think I showed. This is the face mask thing, but they literally put the helmet with this is the helmet it came from, or this is the jersey it came from, or whatever. I think that's a very good way of associating it to a specific item.
Well, what's crazy is that company now, it was bad execution, but even that company jersey fusion was showing allegedly the jersey that the pieces that they were using came from. Don Russ used to do it on the older Don Russ relic cards. They would have the image.
Yeah, that was the Don Russ Elite. So that was the
okay, yeah,
example of that.
Yeah, they used to do it on all their stuff.
Yeah.
So
which I thought was very smart. Yep, I thought it was very smart. Dave said a couple of years ago I went by the store to buy children's medicine for one of my grandsons, and they wanted to see my ID because I was buying too. Are you sure it wasn't because it was you, Dave? They're like, you seem like you're up to no good, sir, with this children's medicine.
That is absolutely accurate of what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you try to buy, Robitussin sometimes, or cough medicine, they gotta, and they put you in the file to see if you kind of come back in the next couple of days to buy more. So that is what you're doing.
Fair. Great one, absolutely. There's a lady who shared a form with her Bronzy goes here about late at night locally. Easy to spot her because she had the biggest mustache I've ever seen. Majestic, bushy, and silver white. That's random, but go on.
Okay.
I want a game use cork bat cards to make a comeback in the Pacific days. That was classic. Redemption should have no expiration date to be redeemable for premium hobby box if they can't fulfill by a reasonable time. So for the hobby czar thing, I would just end the redemption. Just be done with it. If you can't produce it in the product, find something else to fill it. And honestly, just pick something else. Put a different insert. Have something in there that you can put in there. Just don't. I would rather just not have the redemption, and then you don't have to worry about it.
I will let everybody know at the National, one of probably my first stops is going to be to Tops to ask them why the hell I have been waiting well over a year now, not just on my redemptions, but on the replacements I requested, because I figured I was never going to get the damn redemptions to begin with. So I said, okay, send me a replacement. I've never even gotten that. So what the hell is the purpose of even having request a replacement?
Call every day. Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
It's ridiculous.
Call every single day.
All right, I found it. I knew I had the perfect thing for this. Bobbles, thank you for mentioning this, because I knew I had the perfect thing for this situation. Bobbles, what we need from you, this is the next logical step if you don't get satisfaction. What we need from you is you need to become the new redemption guy. Well, if y'all remember redemption guy from the National. But you just adjusted accordingly. The premise is sound. I've been waiting 10 years, 11 months, and 3 days for my redemption. My preferred story arc here is that I hope he still hasn't gotten. I want him to be back with the updated sign. Eric, I want him to be back with the updated sign,
I
adding
am
another 2 years onto it.
I am pretty confident this shame tactic worked and he got taken care of. If I remember
That's
correctly.
trash. If I was at Panini, I literally would have refused. I would have literally been like, I have the card and I'm not giving it to you because I want to see how much longer you can keep this. I've got it in my pocket. I'm going to give it to you on the 15th anniversary.
My biggest thing isn't even that I haven't gotten the cards that the redemptions were for.
Is that they've gotten autographs in the other ones? Yeah, in other products.
Well, it's the fact that I even said, okay, just send me a replacement, like a substitution. That's what it is, not a replacement, a substitution. You can substitute to another card. And I have 4 that I'm sitting there waiting on. Nothing.
Bobbles,
Just
at this
pending.
point, it sounds personal. At this stage, it does sound. It sounds like I know this Bubbles guy. I know who we're talking about.
There's several things that I would do if I was the czar of cards, and one of them, and I had a list going in my head, and one of them would be there would never be redemptions again. I think it is nothing but a headache for the customer. There's just years. I mean, this isn't, this boom is not the first time we've had issues with getting our cards that companies have promised. That sign said 10 years. Okay. It has been an ongoing issue since the invention of redemption cards. I say no more. There is no more redemption cards. They no longer exist. I am the czar.
You want to know the funniest part though, Eric, is one of the cards I'm waiting on is a Wander Franco from Topps Series 1. Now, in Series 2, he had a card that looks pretty well. It's the 87 Topps design.
Really?
There you go.
It's shocking.
Wander Franco
Paul will be
rookie auto
horrified
from
to hear
Series
this.
1. In Series 2, he has an 87 Topps design Wander Franco autograph. They have the same identical card number. On the back of the card, it does not tell you Series 1 or Series 2. The Series 2 cards were live in Series 2 packs. The Series 1 has never been fulfilled.
I just outlaw them. Boom. No more.
I don't know how that makes any sense.
So we got Rick's comment here saying, I need a card counselor. I need somebody to stop me from buying before the National. You know, Rick, we can always send Redemption Guy your way. You can get into a staring contest with him. He's got an intense look, man. He's looking at you, Rick. What are you doing buying before the National? Dude, it was intense. Real intense. Just saying.
Well,
I got a lot of mileage on Redemption Guy back in the day, Bubbles. That's why I have it saved in a folder. I was like, when you mentioned it.
He definitely got everyone's attention.
Dude, this is intense. I wish I could be that intense at certain things. Like it might come in handy if you could channel it and harness it in the right situation. So anyway, so Rick, obviously what we need to do is we just need to raise prices across the board, and you won't be able to buy anything before the National. Problem
I
solved.
charge $100 an hour. Now, an hour, of course, in therapeutic terms, is 50 minutes because I need 10 minutes to write my notes. So it's $100 an hour. We can do it over Zoom, and we can work on this issue with you.
So when you say you write notes, is it similar to the note that you wrote when you sent over the cards?
I don't know.
Because Bobbles, Eric wrote a lovely note, and by the way, solid penmanship, not bad. So actually, let me read you some excerpts from this. It was a lovely note. I really enjoyed it. I appreciate it.
I don't recall writing it.
It was in there, and it said, "Dear sir, I appreciate that you at least show the proper reverence and respect, as you should. Here are the cards that I packed up at the shop for you. I hope they arrive safely at the border. I would also like to let you know that I've watched your show, and I think it's simply spectacular. It's a shining beacon in a dark vestige of the hobby, surrounded by floating head charlatans and fraudsters that would perpetrate coaster makers as legitimate third-party graders. And here you are, shining a light on these heathens and preventing the horror that this hobby would otherwise undertake. God bless you, sir, and Godspeed. Thank you, Eric Wade. Very nice. That was poetic. That was really good.
Yeah, I don't remember writing any of that.
It was fantastic. That was it was spectacular. Not gonna lie. It was.
I think
I
it
was Bobbles single tear, like single tear.
I think it was closer to I hate you and go kill yourself.
No, I was pretty sure that's I did I stutter when I gave that breakdown of the entire note? That was verbatim. I read it verbatim.
Yeah.
I admit I may have excluded the part at the end where you said a lot of 4-letter words about Floating Head. Like your hatred of him really came. I don't think he knows how much you hate his guts.
I don't think
that's grossly. I cannot read those Bobbles. I cannot read those words or say them in mixed company.
I don't think so.
Those horrible things that he said.
I get along.
I don't even what he can do with his shiny bald head. Like I don't even want to discuss that anymore. I can't do it. Nope.
I get along with Jeremy just fine.
According to your note, your note says the opposite, sir. That note was highly inappropriate. I couldn't read the rest of that. I read the parts that were fit for public consumption. Those were fine.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been my shady pass buying baseball cards, right? Nothing better than snow days off school back in the 90s, sorting cards at night. I'm also waiting for a new AW set to be released. Listen, I have talked, Josh, with a couple of other folks, and it's like, it is so frustrating. And we talked about it here before. The thing is, I do think that the Upper Deck's biggest mistake right now is not even that they have that issue releasing the product. They just need to say something. Like I'm actually being completely serious. They need to say something already. Like if the answer is, hey guys, we've been trying to release it, we've been bugging the supplier, and we're having a major problem, then that needs to be your answer. You need to say it. Just be like, hey, look, we don't want to be delaying it this much. We have a major problem that is stalling a bunch of our products, including this product. We're sorry. At this point, you just need to say it. And it shouldn't be Billy trying to, explain the mitigating. I understand the mitigating circumstance. I understand better than most people the mitigating circumstance. It's not a good excuse anymore. Panini released another WWE product. We keep getting more products released from your competitors, even in the wrestling card space. So it's bad when we're sitting there like, and by the way, WWE Revolution was delayed. But it was delayed a couple of weeks. The AW one was supposed to come out beginning of the year. And from what I understand, it's been delayed again to August. And it's like, I'm not convinced it's going to come out. Like, I'm sure it will come out. Like, but realistically, like, by the time it does, the momentum will be dead. Half the people on the roster will have turned over. Like, the interest level will be way low. It just won't be what it would have been. They lost a lot of that momentum. We're not Amish or anything. Sorry, Carlos. The late night brings out weird people stories. It's all right. I get it. Mac McNeil, good evening. I was told that my redemption replacement is a minimum 8 to 12 months. That I heard, but I think Bobbles is far, far past that now.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I send the card in, okay, that I pulled from the pack. Mm-hmm. They open it up. They then should walk over to the shelf, take the one off, put it in an envelope, write my address on it, which is clearly on the envelope I just sent them, and put it in the mail 5 minutes after it hits the mail bag. It's so ridiculous. I'd outlaw them. They are a complete joke. And I have never heard, and I'm sure there's got to be some stories. I have never heard someone tell me, I pulled this redemption card out of a new product. I sent it in immediately, and within 2 weeks, I had the card. That's how it should be.
That did happen. I also, when I sent in the redemption for the Wander Franco, I also hit a redemption of Mike Trout, Fish Boy. The Fish Boy came back about 2 weeks later. Like, it was... Typed it in, boom, already in my mailbox.
Nobody wants Fish Boy cards, Bobbles. Everyone's like, oh, get rid of this shit. Thank God. Take it.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
But his was surprising. I got
company?
that one came right back.
Bobble, same company or different companies?
Same product.
Yeah, it's
same
top
company.
Same company. Yeah, for sure. All right, real quick. I get caught up on a couple comments here. Carlos, everyone. Carlos, I know you're not attending national, but do you think attendance will be down this year compared to last time in Chicago? Ooh, 2021. Compared to last time in Chicago, yes. but I don't think by like a crazy amount. I think it'll be down, but I think right now, like they've added more room to the venue. It is expensive though. Like let's be clear about it. Going to Chicago and attending the trip and hotels and accommodation and all that is expensive. Will it be down? Yes. Will it be down so much that it'll be like, oh my God, the national is over? No. I think they'll have a decent attendance. I think they'll have a pretty solid attendance. I think some of the dealers that have stuff priced okay, I think they'll do all right. Will people be buying like $50,000 cars on the floor like craziness, like whatever it would have been 2021? Nah. But I think some dealers will do all right. Some dealers will do a little better, a little worse. I think it'll moderate. It'll be a little bit closer to more standard national, like in terms of attendance. It won't be boom crazy national, but it certainly won't be like, oh my God, there's nobody here. It'll be moderated somewhere in between. I think it'll be a decent attendance when it's all said and done. Redemption guy speaks 15 languages with his eyes. Facts. That's a deal. My counselor's $225 an hour. And you already saw Eric's pros on the note writing. Primo.
I accept cash only, and we don't report that to the old IRS.
There you go. Hey, Bubbles, and good that you got the clamp down hold because that fish boy flies. I've already seen on this channel, like you got to hold that card, like the death grip. Can't let it fly away.
And in 1987 format, that's shocking.
Yes. You're muted, Bubbles.
Bop, 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 bop.
Try again.
I'm unmuted now. No, I was gonna say the only reason I kept that and the only reason I really wanted the Wander Franco is I actually like the 87 set.
There you go.
Oh, well, there you go.
Here's the thing: for all the jokes, I like the 87 set too.
Yeah,
but I agree that they abuse the design. They use it too
they
much.
wore it the hell out.
Yeah, but I like the 87 top set. Legit,
Yep.
I do like it. But yeah, they way overuse it. I agree with that. Josh says, sounds like Eric used a ghostwriter named Carlos. That might be why it sounded legible. But again, in fairness, I did personally edit out all the horrific, unspeakable cursing at floating at. Again, Eric's hatred flowed. Like it was, I didn't even realize, like, what has he done to you? Tell me where the bad man touched you. Like it was bad. It was bad. Carlisle sounded authentic. I know. It's from the heart. Single tear. I don't know where you're questioning the authenticity. Josh, we're friends.
I'll tell you this, though.
Why are you questioning the authenticity?
Speaking about where the bad man touched me, I am never going to try to bro hug him again.
Is this a Dick Felt situation? Like, what are we talking about?
I'll tell you this. I am never, ever, ever going to try to bro hug that freaking giant again. Okay? Because I felt ridiculous. I felt like I was like 5 years old giving my dad a hug. The guy is 17 feet freaking tall. I am never, ever. I'm just going to do fist bumps. That's it. No bro hug for him ever again.
But what did you do about the grease though? Afterwards, did you like wipe it off? Did you like have towels? Like what did you do?
I didn't say that. Nope. I said that I felt ridiculous.
Do I have to go back to the note? There's a second page. So again, I cannot speak of what's on the back.
Yeah,
y'all don't want to know.
No more bro hugs for him. I feel like I'm 5 years old hugging my dad. It's never going to happen again.
All right. Rick here says, I'm not happy Carlos to go to National. I understand. I want to give him a Ruth card. It's okay. Orlando will take it. Give it to Orlando. It'll make him happy. I'm not sure how these people get around the fish boy. I don't know. Win a championship, please. Good luck with that. I think attendance will be strong, but spending will be less than 2020. I think so. Yeah. I think that's a good. And by the way, that's not a bad thing. That'll be fine. I think that's reasonable. Two dealers I know are expecting a good, not great show in terms of sales profit, both vintage dealers. That's fair. And I think that's okay. There's nothing wrong with doing a good, solid business. And I do think if you price stuff reasonably, I think you'll be all right. Now, if you got stuff priced out of whack, well, then you're going to be sitting there paying a lot of money for a very expensive table, expensive hotel, expensive everything, to sit there and, I guess, watch people walk by. So I don't know. James says, I have a sealed vending case of 86, 87, 89, and 90 Topps baseball. There you go. Seems fair. So
Open it. Open it.
Yeah, the vending cases.
Yeah, open it.
Will Otani be an Angel next year? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. I know they're fielding I actually saw like a proposed Mets deal. I've seen a couple of proposed deals and stuff. Look, if you're Otani, you want out. Like, the fish boy anchor is weighing you down. You got to get out there. You got to get out while the end's good.
I mean,
You got
why
a thought on
would
that, Bubbles? You seem like you're contemplating.
why would
You got the
the
beard stroking going.
why would the
Well,
Angels get rid of him? He's the huge
It's
biggest
not
draw.
about the Angels wanting to get rid of him. It's about Otani not being happy with the current situation. He's going to demand a lot of money.
Yeah,
A Fish Boy's already getting a lot of money. B, the team sucks with him and sucks without him. So at a certain point, it's like, okay, look, I have a window of time at which, if I'm Otani, I have a window of time at which I'm in my prime.
yeah.
I am doing both things. Again, to his credit, I think Otani is a very good power hitter, a decent hitter. But combine that with him being a great pitcher, that's what makes him special. So if you're somebody who has that kind of capability, you could be a huge piece on a team that has a championship aspirations. The Angels do not. So if
So
you're
he's staying
like
in New York, then
wherever, but the thing is, there are options. There are teams that have championship aspirations that could use a piece like that also have the deep pockets to be able to offer him the money he might want. Why would you want to stay where this isn't working? This clear they got
well,
both those guys and it's not working.
I think Matt and Dave pointed on what I was going to talk about because when he came over, he actually chose the Angels, from the way I understand, because of being on the West Coast and being able to still travel to his home country and everything else. And um, those folks like being able to catch games and all that stuff, watching him play and everything. I don't
Yep.
think he would want to come, even if New York like gave him a Brinks truck. I don't think he would come to the Yankees or anything like that. I think he would want to stay over there on the West Coast.
I think it's fair, but there's options to the point. Like, I don't know if
so the
Seattle
Dodgers,
would be I don't know if Seattle would make the most sense, but you got other teams in
Yeah,
California.
you got the Dodgers, you got the Giants,
Yep.
Seattle. Um, I don't think he would go to Oakland. There's no hope
You
there.
mean Las Vegas?
Well, either way, there's still no hope. Um, so yeah, I mean, there's options, but
Yeah, I think you've got a few choices there. If you're Otani right now, you're on the verge. If you're Otani, I think your number one priority is to keep playing well and stay healthy. Because right now he is currently in position A to make a lot of money. And somebody will give you that money. The question then becomes who is it going to be? And what kind of a team do you have around you? Because if on top of everything else you can also win a championship or at least have a shot at one, that might be interesting to you. That might be compelling to you. So teams will have the opportunity to make a pitch.
I
But
would
yeah,
be curious if he gets an offer from a top contending team. Like let's say they are, if he goes there, there is zero question they're winning the World Series. I really wonder if he would take a less substantial contract if that meant it was the only way to go there. Because you have to think, when he came over here, if he had waited, what was it, 2 years or 1 year or something like, there was something with his age
hmm
that if he had just waited, he could have been paid a hell of a lot more money right when he came into the major leagues. Instead, he took pennies on the dollar just because he wanted to play in the major league. So I don't know if he's really searching for that mega contract or if he just truly wants to play Major League Baseball and potentially have the chance to win a World Series. So that'll
right.
be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yep. I just quickly scanned tonight just to see what's going on. Yeah, so he's hit his 25th home run tonight. That's pretty good.
Ellie De La
Pretty good.
Cruz apparently had a cycle tonight.
I did hear that. Yeah. So the Ellie De La Cruz. So Eric's Ellie De La Cruz PC is to the moon.
well, he
Dude,
likes to cycle, so I mean, I'll collect him.
there you go.
Then you should have a hell of a Trey Turner collection.
Amazing. Do you think Otani would ever give up hitting if a team asked him to? I think you. Would, I think
I
the
think he would give
teams
up
want to
pitching
ask him to give up
first.
pitching. The teams want to
Yeah.
ask him to give up pitching.
Yeah, I don't know which one he's better at. So
He's better pitching.
Especially with DH, with the DH now everywhere. I
Yeah.
think I think you would. I'm curious if anybody ever moves into a bullpen role, a DH bullpen role, because then they could use him every damn night. But the Angels need more starters than they do. They got to have the lead to freaking
Yeah. Well, the
need a good
Angels are
bullpen.
the Angels are very hopeless. So they're a different issue entirely. I think it's tricky because, like I said, I think he's a good hitter, not a great hitter, but I think he's a great power hitter. Like obviously, he's leading the league in home runs. He has brought his average up though. In fairness, he's like, I think I saw that he was 296. So but he's also hitting the cover off the ball right now. Like he's raised his average. He was actually pretty mediocre a little while ago, and traditionally he's been kind of okay. But the fact that he can pitch as well as he can pitch makes him that asset. But the thing is, if you get him to just be a pitcher, then you only get him every 15. So that's kind of where you lose out on some of that ability. As an everyday player, you're getting him every day, and you're getting that power in the lineup, and you're getting all those pieces of it. So I don't know. I feel like if you have to choose one or the other, I would rather take the hitter who can play every day.
Well, doesn't he play every day? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't follow this stuff because it bores the hell out of me. But doesn't he play every day?
I think he plays most days. I think they do try to give him a little bit because since they try to use him as a pitcher as well, they do try to give him a little bit of a breather here and there. Because if he's going to get injured, the higher likelihood is a pitching issue. Is a more likely place for him to get hurt. That's what happened last time. He ended up getting Tommy John.
Does he hit on the days that he pitches?
Yes.
Well, that seems silly. You want to give the guy a break. Don't make him do two things in one day. But he can still hit every other day.
The thing is that hitting is
cycles, right?
Hitting is less strenuous than pitching. That's the thing. Is like the thing with pitching. Like, well, let's put it this way: if you just think biomechanically, a human's arm, you can throw 100 miles an hour. That's not normal. you're putting a lot of stress on tendons and ligaments and things all over up and down the arm. That's why you were more likely to get hurt. So it's like you're doing this thing, and you're intentionally throwing. And the way the guys do it now, and that's part of the reason there's so many injuries. You take a guy, Nolan Ryan was a physical freak. He's a freak of nature. He's kind of an exception. He's his own deal. He's a guy who could throw 100 and also throw 200 pitches. It was stupid.
And whoop Robin Ventura's ass.
Yeah, exactly. Like, on a good day. But the thing is, that's an anomaly. That's not normal. Most guys, like if you take the old-timey pitchers, you go back and look at the old-timey pitchers, like, well, how did Cy Young win 511 games? How did he pitch so many complete games? Whatever. Because number one, guys weren't able to throw as hard back then. But also, by the way, they were not throwing at max power on every fastball. If Cy Young was throwing a fastball, I don't care how hard he can throw it. You can be like, oh, but in those days, those guys could only throw. I don't care. Most people off the street, if I ask them to throw 85, they'll blow out their arm. Most people can't do it. But even if you can, consistently, if I ask you to keep doing it and I ask you to throw 185 mile an hour pitches, you'll blow out your arm. So that's what's going to happen to most people. But what if I ask you to throw batting practice and a guy just keeps throwing, pitching, and pitching? Why? Well, because he's not throwing at max power every single time. The old-timey pitchers would use deception. They'd use they would throw a fastball, yes, but they'd also mix in these changeups. They'd mix in sliders. They'd mix in a spitball. They throw the whole kitchen sink at you.
But
they throw at your head.
Hold on. That's what I was going to say. Back then, the batters didn't wear helmets. And these guys had no problem, pitching inside, hitting you in the head. I mean, it was nasty. And there was no rules protecting anybody. So
that's why Carlos is a big baseball fan.
Yeah, right. So every single
I do enjoy suffering of others.
The batter is wondering, is this the pitch that kills me? Now these guys are so padded up with the elbow pads that are like enormous. They have knee pads, shin pads. They got the helmet. They got the face protector, and they're crowding the plate, going, "Go ahead and hit me. I'll be fine."
They're also using bats that weigh less and are designed just for them, all sorts of shit.
But you know what's funny though? We've already seen this, and the thing that makes me laugh is that most people did not learn how to do this. And the sad part is that we've seen it not within a generation. Jamie Moyer, late in his career, had 20-win seasons and was highly effective, not being able to throw 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. He couldn't even throw in the 90s consistently. He had lost that ability. So what did he do? He figured out how to pitch. Because what happens? Well, let's say you're a guy who can throw in the mid-high 80s or low 90s. That's your fastball. Okay. But let's say you develop a really good curveball. Let's say you develop a good slider. You can make it move. You can position in all these different places. Your job is to get the guy out. It's not to impress him with your fastball. Your job is to get the guy to miss. So
That's
what
what
if you move the ball
knuckleballs.
around? What if you hit your spots and you force the batter to be like, you better be paying attention because, oh, you thought that ball's on the outside? Boom, it falls right in the strike zone, strike three. It
Who
doesn't have to
was
be a hard pitch.
the? I think he just retired in the last couple years, but he had a pretty lengthy career, and he was another one that he didn't have power and all that, but he threw the knuckle. He was a knuckleballer.
Tim
Like that's
Wakefield.
something I'm surprised we don't see a lot
But there
anymore.
have been entire documentaries, Bobbles, talking about this. I'm like sitting there, like, look, if I was a pitching coach, and you've got some guy, the problem is they keep getting all these guys. It's like in college and in high school, this kid can throw 100. The problem is you keep looking. Today there are so many people that can throw 100. It's not that special. But here's the thing, though, they can only throw 100 for 2 innings, and then they're out of gas because
Hmm.
all they're doing is throwing max power, max power. It's like, well, that's not pitching. That's just ugh. Okay, fine, go ahead, and it'll work sometimes, but not all the time. All right,
I mean,
Dickie.
how
Yeah,
old
that's who it was.
how old was Charlie Huff when he retired? I mean, he had his 40s, right? I mean,
He was pretty,
the guy was getting close to 50, I think. How old was
yeah,
Phil Niekro when he retired? I mean, these knuckleballers can just pitch every day.
yeah,
And it's
but
hard as
that
hell to hit him.
yeah. Charlie Huzz last season he was 46,
Yeah, he was almost 50.
and he threw 113 innings.
Yeah,
Solid, solid. But here's the thing: if you know how to do that, that's why I'm saying, like, if you're a pitching coach today, yes, you want to have a couple of guys you can throw really hard to force the batters to respect it. But what if you have a couple of guys who just know how to pitch? To Scott's point, throw to contact. Guess what? Fine, let him hit the ball. But if they just hit it on the ground and the guy feels it and gets him out, well, that's an out. You've recorded another out. It's not all. It doesn't always have to be power pitching. Power pitching is great. It's one way of doing it, but you can also throw in some guys. The knuckleballers can mess up guys' rhythm and make the other guys more effective. That's how you kind of work it. Why wouldn't you want that as part of your features and your options?
all I
Uh,
care about is wins and losses. And if I was a pitcher, I would just be like, how many wins versus losses do I have? I don't care how many Ks I rack up at the end of the year. But with pitchers, it's all about the Ks, and
it is now.
that's it. It doesn't. They don't care about anything else. They want to know how many Ks I had during that game against this batter, against this team, against the whole season, my career. How about wins and titles? That's all that matters in professional sports: wins and titles. I don't care about
No,
your
Eric. The only thing that matters is war.
Oh yes, with
Mm.
baseball, yes, war is everything. I don't understand it, but from what I hear, war is everything.
War. It's the only thing that matters.
Well, like I always say, war, ugh, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing. But that's unfortunate. But no, the thing with the pitching is it's true. Like I said, Charlie Hop is a good example. It was a good call out there. Bubbles. I don't know. That was kind of a good baseball reference by Eric.
I know
That
stuff.
was a bit of a deep cut there. I don't know if you saw that. I saw it. But Charlie Hop, like at the end of the day, wins and losses, he ended up exactly 500, which is actually kind of hilarious. I like that.
He played
216 wins,
crap-
216 losses. I love the evenness of
yeah,
it.
but he had played on some crappy teams too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There was a stretch. Okay, this is from the age 34. So I said Charlie Hall had 216 wins, but from age 34, 16 and 13 with Texas. So I'm just going to name off wins. 15 wins, 16 wins, 14 wins, 17 wins, 18 wins, 15 wins, 10 wins, and 12 wins between 34 and 42.
That's really good.
And Texas has some shitty teams in the 80s. So that's pretty good win totals. All thing he led the league in innings pitched in 1987 with 285.1 innings at age 39. Says to me the guy could pitch and eat up innings for you. If nothing else, the guy could eat up innings.
Yeah,
So so he's a guy who at least had a shot at completing a game. Today the guys don't complete games. So what does that tell you?
Shit, they
no, they're
barely
all on
do
pitch counts.
5 innings.
Yeah, that year
Yeah,
in question he completed 13 games. 13 complete games.
I mean, what was his record? At 46 his last year with the Marlins.
5-9. But his ERA was 5.15, which isn't as awful as you'd think at age for the Marlins in 1994, an expansion team basically.
Right, it was
And
a garbage team.
so I don't know what to tell you, man. So there you go. Works out. All right, real quick, I'll scroll through here. I thought the only thing matters is 87 throwback, maybe. Sports Cards Anonymous, Dakota, good evening. Kenny Rogers, Bertolo Colon, these guys adapted, true. My speakers blew out with that cough. Psh. Gotta use the headphones and blow out your eardrums.
Yeah.
Psh. That's what a real man does, Dakota. That's what a real man does. And good evening. But yes. No, it's I like when pitchers could actually pitch a little bit. But my point is, like I said, if you go to old timey baseball, when they were doing it, when those guys were setting those records that are now unbreakable, they were completing games. Yes, some of them just had really good manual dexterity. The fact is they just had really strong arms and they could hang in there. But so many guys blew out their arms back then too. Let's be fair about it. But today more guys do it because they're throwing like max power on like every pitch. Well, guess what? If I ask you to max out what you can do, what's going to happen? You're going to tear a ligament, you're going to get injured, you're going to or simpler thing. When somebody goes and runs a marathon, maybe they can sprint, but they're not running in sprinting speed. They adjust their speed accordingly because the goal is to finish, right? You're running a marathon, you can't go at sprinting speed because that makes no sense. It's the wrong distance for what you're trying to do. You adjust, you adapt accordingly. And if you're sprinting, well then yeah, you run as fast as you can because this race is going to be over in 15 seconds, 10 seconds. So all you need to do is give max effort for 10 seconds and this is over. It's a completely different thing. So I don't know. So let's see. Talked about Hobbypalooza. Got that covered. We touched on the Fanatics one. Did that. I guess we can talk about the CGC one now, right? I think we can touch on the CGC one. I think that's a good one. We'll touch on that. Yep. Greg Maddux. Yep. Absolutely. No doubt. And Greg Maddux was a great pitcher.
Right.
And there's a reason he's the guy who has one of the highest win totals that we're going to see probably in a very long time. There's a reason for it. It's not an accident. That dude won a ton of Cy Youngs for a reason. He understood how to pitch. So let's talk about the CGC one a little bit. So we had the that was the one that a bunch of folks made videos on. I made a video on it doing the comparison side by side. CGC announced that they're going to merge with themselves. So CGC and CSG are going to go under one umbrella. So that's going to be smart. Biggest difference is going to be on the TCG side. The people for the Pokemons.
And they are not happy. I've done some research. I talked to some people that are into comics and into the Pokies and the Magis, and also Marvel cards, superhero cards, things like that. They are not happy campers.
Yeah, because for them it's a very dramatic difference.
Yes.
First, you change the grading scale, and second, the change in the visual of the slab is very dramatic. And again, it's the label. It's not the slab. It's actually just the label. It's the same thing. I'll do the sports card one side by side. I think most of you guys have seen it by now, but I'll put it on the screen just side by side, just so we can look at it for a moment. So there it is, with my favorite guy ever, the faux goat himself. You know, I wanted an apples to apples. So if CGC is going to give me these are the images I got, you know what? I'll use them because at least it's apples to apples. It's as close as we can get. So we're looking at the same card here. So new one is on the left, old one's on the right. To me, not a big deal. Bubbles just high level. Like to me, looking at it, I'm fine. This is reasonable enough. That's why when I was kind of chatting with you on the side, I'm not inclined to change my existing CSG ones. If I have a card like on the right, I'm in no hurry or any reason to run out and swap out the label. I'm cool. I'm good. I don't mind the new slab because for me, the difference is minor. We're not changing the grading scale. They already did that. So that's already been done. And it gives uniformity. I'm cool with that. But obviously, I do understand why the TCG one, it's a different thing. So just kind of any thoughts from it?
My only concern, and I get it on a PC side, you're not worried about the new label, but I guess like they're going to do the cutoff like they did last time to where you get the discount to get the new label or whatever. My only concern is longevity of brand recognition. Yep. Because down the line, you know, if somebody has a CSG slab and there's new people in the hobby, you know, years later, they're going to be like, who the hell is CSG? And that would be my only concern with it. Outside of that, I mean, they look almost the same. Maybe the letters are a little bit bigger on the new one. Yeah, outside that, they look pretty much pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think for most people, if they're not paying attention, like at a glance, if you had it at a show, and somebody just put a couple of the slabs beside each other, and you're not looking closely, they wouldn't know the difference. At first, it would take after a second. They'd be like, "Wait." It's like is that. I agree with you though. It does create. So Eric, let me play into this. There is such a thing as brand confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be fair, this is less confusing than the last two things that Beckett tried to do, where they didn't actually do it and whatever. At least they did it. At least they committed to the thing and did
Yeah.
the thing. So to their credit, they at least committed. I don't think this is egregious from the sports card side. For the TCG side, I totally get it because for them, you just took the table and just flipped it on them.
Yeah.
Literally, just took the table and just knocked everything they had going on. Like, wait, what? What did you just do?
Well, and they've graded a lot of those cards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was their bulk. That you look at the gem rate numbers, and it was always CGC way up there. And obviously, uh, we've chatted with folks in the Discord and everything else that are into the Marvel stuff, and they liked how the slab would match the comic book, but they're not changing the comic book label, are they?
Mm-hmm.
So
Not
now
that I'm aware
those
of. No.
aren't, they're not going to have that appeal anymore, which could drop them off the Marvel, the comic card stuff. So I don't know. To be honest with you, I wish this company would figure out what the hell they're doing and find a way to get more popular in the space. I think their grading, it is respectable,
Mm-hmm.
and their slab is freaking awesome. But they got to stop this because, to be fully truthful, it feels like another way to say, oh, hey, send us your slabs and pay us $5 for a new label
Mm-hmm.
once again.
Sure. Yeah.
And the last time when they did it with CSG, they fixed the things people ask for. Like, they corrected everything people wanted, and it actually bit them in the ass. They lost popularity. I could almost see it doing the same thing for the TCG side of it, and that's not good for them.
In the last roughly year, I sometimes time flies, maybe two, I kind of lost track, but this company made a major change in changing its labels. It changed its grading system. And now here we are a year later, and we're changing labels and grading systems again. Um, that's not good for a company. So I think there is confusion and maybe frustration for those who got on board in the last year after they went from green labels to black and even changed their grading. Maybe people jumped in on that, spent a lot of money in the last year or so, and now they're changing it again.
Well,
That would be
let's not
frustrating also.
let's not forget too that Certified Collectible Group, the main umbrella, the main
Yeah.
company for all of it, has now abolished not one but two sports card grading companies in a sense,
Mm-hmm.
because they were SGC and they were CSG,
Mm-hmm.
and now neither one of them are under the CCG umbrella. So
Very true. So let me
I
kind of play in.
okay.
Just one sec. I'll read one thing and then
Go ahead. Go
we'll
ahead.
expand here. I heard the non-sports people have said no longer matches comics label.
Yeah.
Yes. I
Very.
actually changed it to the top of the CSG grading skill again. I went to double check while we were talking here. I just wanted to double check. I thought it was. Did CSG have 3 10s or two? Because I knew one of them had three, and they've removed the third one and went to two. I thought it was CGC
CSG
that had three.
originally had the pristine. Well,
And the
no,
Gem Mint.
originally because the Gem Mint was 9.5, I thought.
But that's what I'm getting at. I thought that the whole thing with CSG was that they got rid of
They just
the Mint Plus.
Yeah, I don't. They have
His
two tens, a
that
pristine and a
you're talking
10.
about.
Yeah,
But
I'll double check. I just know they got rid of the Gem. I got rid of the Mint Plus. Well, sorry, no, they made the Gem Mint Plus. That was the 9.5, and then
Hmm.
the Gem Mint 10 that's where they did the initial upgrade on the sports card side. because they had basically they had changed the scale to the SGC scale last time for the sports card side, and then the other one is changed to align with that, which changed the CGC scale, which is the one they were used to. That was my recollection.
Which
This
screws
This is what
a
happens when we get into these
ton of
acronyms.
people.
By the way, this is the marketing problem. These acronyms are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, they are.
It's real bad.
I am completely against any company that uses the same number but have it mean different things. Okay? You have a 10 that says this, a 10 that says that, a 10 that says this. That's insane. You don't have it for ones that bad, it's a bad one. Then you have one that's sucks one, and effing sucks one. Why not? If you're gonna make up these different levels of perfect tens, well, you better start making up some different levels for ones too. I mean, if I sent you in a card that's just half a card because I tore it in half,
Are you talking like a 1,000-point
effing
scale?
sucks. One.
I think Eric is
Are you-
proposing 1,001 point scale.
It's just
Are you
stupid.
talking about a 1,000-point scale?
No, I'm talking about 1 through 10. That's all you get. No half points. No, a 10 can equal 5 different things. No, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. Your card falls somewhere between 1 and a 10. Nothing else.
See, Bobbles, this is how bad his hatred of floating head has gotten. He's rejected the 1,000 point scale all the way down to, you know what?
Always
Screw
said
this.
that.
We're going completely the other way.
I always said the 1,000-point scale is stupid. I thought a 100-point scale for SGC was stupid.
Even
And
though it
I'm
wasn't
glad
100, but
they-
yes.
And I'm what?
It never really was 100. It was like 15, but yes.
I just don't buy numbers. I prefer letters.
There you go.
I've solved the whole thing. I just
Fine.
buy letters.
Good.
Yep.
A through Z. I don't care. But yeah,
That's a
just
26 point scale.
don't tell me that a Z can mean 5 different things.
All right, real quick. So, Stuke here. Good afternoon for you. Aloha from Hanukua, 4:30 p.m. here. Well, good afternoon then for you. All right, James here. Good. Yep, got it. Now it's just gem perfect. So thank you guys. Originally with CSG, they had 9.5 gem mint. That part I remember. 10 pristine and 10 perfect. Okay, so it wasn't 3 10s. It was the 9.5 gem mint, the 10 pristine and 10 perfect. Right. That I remember. That makes sense.
Stupid.
That makes sense. All right. So real quick, I'll finish reading this one. I'll get Dakota's question here. 10 gem mint, 10 perfect, eliminating pristine. Yes, that's right. TCG may be upset, but will they go instead of giving the huge supply of already graded CGC cards? That's going to be the complication. I agree. No, Barrick, what about A for just authentic? Don't encourage him. Is this live? Maybe. Orlando says yes. We'll see. Jury's still out. All right. Dakota, go ahead. A question about grading and breaks. Go nuts. You let me know. But yeah, no,
Gambling
it's confusing.
and breaks.
Sorry, gambling and breaks, yes. It's confusing. Like, let's put it this way. I don't have an issue with it because from the sports card side, the difference is relatively minor for us. But from the TCG side, I totally understand that they've put their entire system into upheaval. Like, it really was a very dramatic change for them. Aesthetically, the grading scale got changed. They lost the subgrades. Like, it actually changed a lot. Like, if you're just in the CGC bubble previously, you just said, it's like, yeah, I'm changing the label on you, I'm changing the scale, and I'm getting rid of the subgrades, and we're changing all this stuff, and now it's going to be like this, and now the sports card in this is under one, and when you fill in your form, it's the same form, and what you were doing before, that's not the process we're going to do going forward.
The
Got
thing
it?
that sucks most for them is the fact they're kind of stuck in this paying for the damn new label because it's the only way to go from the 9.5 to the 10, and we know that that's going to screw people because is there going to be the same scenario with sports cards where some of them actually get the bump? Because remember when they changed it over on the sports card side, there were some of them that actually got bumped.
When they did the sports card one, all the 9.5s became 10s.
Right, but there was something else in there because they eliminated the two 10 labels that they had. That it's been a while.
Well,
like
that
Eric
was
said, it's probably been a
Bob
year,
was that. So
but-
that was this one. The 9.5 was a gem mint. They turned the 9.5 into the mint plus, and then they
Right.
did the pristine and perfect. So 2 10s and the 9.5 became mint plus. But if you converted over the old 9.5s, green label
So
9.5s were converted in 10s.
it was the pristines that became gem mint because they eliminated that middle level 10. Because they had the 9.5, 10, 10, and they took all of those, because where the 9.5 was gem mint, those became 10s, but that 10 that was, what was it, pristine, instead of going up, it actually went down to just be gem mint because they eliminated that grade.
Yeah, but
So I'm
I'm saying
curious if
what I'm saying though is that the 9.5 was a gem mint. So if you had the gem mint 9.5, you got it to convert it to a 10 not gem mint.
right,
Yeah.
pull his scale back up again.
I'll have to go look at. You mean the new scale or the old scale?
No, no, pull up what he had up there when it
One
was
second.
the originally thing.
Yeah, this is 9.5
Okay,
gem mint, 10 pristine, and 10 perfect.
so what I'm talking about, the 9.5s, like you said, they went up,
Yeah, the gem
but
mint
the
9.5s, guys.
pristine 10 got eliminated and became gem mint 10. So it
No,
didn't
the
have
pristine
that.
became the perfect 10.
I thought they bumped them down.
No,
I
I
could have
think
swore they bumped them down.
the
That's
only
why I
ones
was
that got changed
asking.
was the 9.5 getting bumped up. Yeah, 9.5s became 10s. Yeah, because bumping down the 10 would be a bigger. They would have got even more pushback. They got a ton.
I thought that's what happened though.
Eric, this is what tells us about how difficult this particular marketing exercise is. It is
Yeah,
very,
It sucks.
and
It's
by the way,
stupid.
but by the way, it also, so here's the part where I'll agree with somebody. Imagine, so just for a second, if we can take a moment to be serious.
Yeah, Matt said it.
Collectively have 47,000 years of hobby experience here,
yep,
and it's still complicated. Now imagine you're somebody new and you're like,
right,
what did they just say?
yeah.
What did they just say?
Well,
And
Yeah,
there's gonna
see,
be three versions.
they're saying what I said because I thought it went down. That was the big uproar. Is the people who had the pristines, their cards actually got devalued down to a gem mint.
So you're saying they did both. The 9.5s got moved up. Those ones got
The
moved.
pristines
Basically, they
got
got shifted into the Gem Mint 10.
yep.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't remember the second part of that. I remember the 9.5 getting shifted up, but I didn't remember the other part. But
and
fair enough. All right.
and I know I've said this many times, and I hope it doesn't. And I'm being serious. I hope it doesn't bother Baubles and Brad when I say this, but this is yet example 1,274 that is a reason why I have never sent a card in for grading. They all those graders now have to go, okay, I'm grading this different. I've been grading it this way for this long. Now I have to start thinking differently. It's
Not
it's just ridiculous that, like you said, we got 40,000 years of experience
At
between
least.
the three of us, and we don't even understand it and can't figure it out. Everyone in the chat's putting in different things, so they're trying to figure
Well,
it out.
in fairness, like to be fair, the new one I got because it's recent. When we did the explanation of it before, I had it in my head because we had just done it. I had gone through the whole thing. But
Yeah,
honestly, I forgot about exactly how they went because when they did it, they did one overhaul. And there was one
mhm.
overhaul and we had the rules and everything, but at this point I'm like, Jesus, all right. But now it's been enough time, like it's been I feel like almost a year. I'm like, I don't remember, man.
yeah,
I remember there was shifting around with it,
right.
and at this point now it is what it is. Now it's
Just to get it
mid
6 months.
plus, gem mint, and
Yeah,
perfect.
and but all these companies can change anytime they want. We've tried. We know Beckett's tried 110 times and has failed. This company's done it twice in a year now. Um, this is why I've never sent anything in, but I own, a couple of, 100 to 150 slabs. I buy them when they're. I think the price is right, and in my opinion, I'm comfortable with the grade that's put on the card.
Right.
That's what I do. You know, I have no confidence in sending in something super valuable, paying an extraordinarily a large amount of money to send into these grading companies when they're changing all the time. They're making their graders rethink how they grade all the time, and they're devaluing people's um, collections all the time. It's it is mind blowing that that they do this.
To
I
be
give.
fair,
Go ahead.
real quick, on their change, you mentioned that it's going to mess with the graders. It's not going to mess with the graders at all because the standards of how they grade the cards will adjust to align with the verbiage. It's
Hmm.
not as complicated as it sounds on the grading side of it because it's just really words and numbers changing. They're going to grade the cards the same way. So
You know, I
if
mean,
that helps at all.
Yeah.
I only own one from this company that we're talking about, and I can't even with all the I can't even remember what the hell the company's called right now. C something else G
You
W X.
could read what it
That's
says on the front of the
worthless.
label.
Well, I'm holding it up
They don't
here.
exist anymore.
So right. So I bought this. I felt that the card matched the number. The price was very, very fair. It wasn't all that expensive. I bought it. I'm happy with it. Fantastic. But if I spent, $60 to get this slabbed, I'd be upset that the number wasn't higher. And now I'd be upset because the label is now going to be different for the third time in a year. And the value of this went down because the numbers don't match up anymore.
So
So, and I'm
on
not just
that,
talking about this I'm talking about grading in general with all these different changes that have gone on over the years. I mean, the only one that I can think of that stayed pretty much the same all this time is PSA, unless you guys can think of some changes they have made. I mean, they've put their labels have changed slightly since the very beginning, but they're pretty much the same. Their grading system has stayed the same, and their slabs really haven't changed all that much. I, that's why they're number one, because that you can trust that it's just going to be PSA. All these other companies, you don't know what you're gonna get. Beckett, God only knows what they're gonna come out with at the national.
oh, that's
You
gonna
know,
be fun.
I cannot wait to see what those idiots are gonna do in Chicago, because it is gonna give us so much content. It's gonna give me so much to vent and scream about. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic.
There
So
you go.
this company that we've promoted and said that we like over the last couple of years, and we like this and we like that. Here we go. This is in the last year and a half. This is the third slab that you could have purchased from them.
So that was really the point that I wanted to make right there. Like, look, with all this, forget about everything. Forget about all that we just discussed because, again, I agree, it's unnecessarily complicated. My thought was, from a branding perspective, I don't have a problem with them finally just making it unified. I don't have a problem with them putting it under single form that you can fill in for either scenario. That's good. I don't mind you getting rid of the collectors club from the perspective of you don't have to be in the collectors club to submit cards. If you wish to do so, you get a discount. I have no issue with that. I have no issue generally with the way the new version of the slab look because it's just an updated label for me, from my perspective. I'm cool there. Great. Awesome. The only part that I think is going to be complicated is great. I hope you stick to it then because this is the third variation. We got the green label, we got the black label, and now we got the CGC. Somebody could have all three in their collection, and that's very confusing because it's technically the same company, but it's very confusing. And
So
like I said, I use the
which
example of the ComC. I use the example of the ComC thing where you could submit cards to them. And literally this week, I had one of those cards pop, the grade and everything on it. So I have another one in the new CSG slab, which is now the old. That's why I was joking with Bobbles. I reached out to him. I said, hey, if you want to do, I can work out something with him, maybe with my ship my cards address or whatever, and because he can access. I can't directly submit to CSG. It's a bit complicated, but I can work something out where, like, hey, if you want to send anything in, I got some green label ones that I wouldn't mind swapping over, but just the green label ones. The black label CSG, I'm leaving those be. They're too similar to the other ones. I'm not going to bother. That's a waste of my time and a waste of my money. But the green label ones, I'd like to swap them out and make them look a little bit closer to uniform.
well, because they
But I'll wait.
visually anyway.
Yeah, I'll wait until, but I want to wait until the CGC black label version is ready, and then yeah, I'll get them swapped out.
Question,
Go ahead.
because I this might be a stupid question, but it just hit me, and I don't know, and I haven't heard anything about this. with them having the set registry, will it still recognize the CSG label?
Sorry, you're talking about from like the pop report or whatever?
No, they have the set registry.
Yeah.
So if you are they going to require a new cert number for it to be under the CSG or CGC label
Yeah.
to be relevant for the registry? How
How
is
If
did
they're
he
that?
smart,
know?
if they're smart, the answer is no. They should recognize the same serial number for all of the above. But it's a good question. It's a
Yeah,
legitimately
because I
good
haven't
question.
heard that
I
brought
didn't know
up,
these guys
but
had a set registry.
yeah, they
Yeah, it's
do.
not. It's not really well publicized. It's not very well.
I
It's
had
not well
no idea.
publicized.
Just learned something. I
Yeah.
had no idea these
Yeah.
guys have a set registry.
Technically, Beckett does too, but no one uses that one. It exists theoretically. Trust me, I've shown it. Like it exists. All right. So real quick. So I got a quick question for the chat and with everybody else here. I've got it here because I was chatting with Dakota on the side when we were talking. Did anybody see a second message from Dakota with his question? Because I've got it here anyway, but I couldn't see it in the
No,
chat.
No.
I
It was
didn't
just
see
me.
it.
Like I couldn't see it. Okay, so I've got the follow up here. He sent me a screenshot anyway. For some reason I couldn't see it. I don't know why. Okay, so he was just saying. Apparently he's having a debate. Let's say a spirited debate with Neo. Bubbles, shock of shocks. I know you're shocked. I know. All right, so I'll read it here. So Neo says opening packs is not gambling. However, buying into breaks clearly is. Do you agree? I don't. I'll hang up and listen. No, the packs are the same as the boxes. So to answer your question,
All gambling.
I agree that I agree that opening boxes breaking is gambling, but opening packs is also gambling.
Yes.
It's the difference between you televising saying I'm buying some lottery tickets. Hey Bobbles, print them out and tell me what the results are versus
It's
me just
simple.
buying the ticket and looking at it myself.
It's simple. A box of cards, a pack of cards, whatever. I know Panini is bad about doing it, but grab you a scratcher, go buy you a Powerball ticket. It's going to have odds. What the hell does a box have? What the hell does a pack have? It has odds. What are
That's
those
right.
odds for?
Yep.
Telling you what hit and what your chances of
Yeah.
getting the hit, which is they put that disclaimer. We don't hold any claims to the future value of our cards or whatever. So it's not like, oh, you pull, and they're telling you get $10,000,
Mhm.
but it's still with the monetary attachment that these cards have and the odds and everything else. It is identical to a damn scratch off ticket.
It's exactly scratch off lotto ticket. It's a lotto. It's a ticket. Like
I
you
these
you
people
you.
do this every day at work and just sit there and destroy their lives buying stuff. Oh well, I didn't get any of that one. Well, and then do you think they stop? No, they go buy five more, hoping that that's going to be a hit. It's. I watch gambling in front of me every day at work, and it's sad to
Mm-hmm.
see some of these people
Yeah.
just destroy themselves.
No, for sure. Like, look, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, this is a debate that totally would happen on the Discord all the time, no doubt. I agree with that. Both aren't. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Your premise, 100%. I agree with this,
Hold on.
1,000%. What it really comes down to is this: you've got odds. To Bobble's point, you've got clearly stated odds, and there's a chase, there's a hit. Um, the argument is that, oh well, if you don't get the hit, you still get cards. I understand, but at the same time, it's like
You
it's
still have the
still a gambling
lottery
element.
ticket.
Yeah,
You still have the lottery ticket. You can fill the back out and mail it in for your chance at another random drawing if you want
yeah,
to.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. The point is we've got odds. The thing is we've been given odds, and you have the chance to buy a pack or a box at price X and pull something that potentially could be worth Y that could be multiples of X.
I'm going to go a
That
step further. I'm going to go a step further. And as someone that sends in thousands of cards, and I'm sure Brad can attest to the same thing.
ooh, he's gonna say
Yes,
grading is gambling.
yes, I am going to, because you can sit here and you can look your card over, you can know the standards, you can even be experienced as this, but you're going to many different, like, I don't know how many each company has, but there's variance. No two people are going to see that card the exact same way. Now, why do people insist on and anticipate their grades popping? Because they want to see what they got, right? It's constantly over and over and over. The rush is the grades popping. It's not getting the cards back. It's not even really selling them because the market value is established. It's that, what grade did I get? It's that rush. It's the same thing as ripping that pack open and what are the hits in the pack? It's, did I get the 10? Did I get the gem mint? So it's pretty, it's for the most part consistent, but there's still a added gamble to it, and that's one reason so many people do it,
Well, I think also
especially
like
on
look,
modern cards.
if we're being honest, the element of it that adds that piece is that under the right circumstances, the same card could have changes in value depending on the grade. You submit the card, it has a 9, it has a certain value. That value can fluctuate, but it has X value. A 10 theoretically has a higher value. And how
Mm-hmm.
big that multiple is, depending on the grader, like I understand. But just in premise, the same card. If you submit it and it comes back a 9, you're not satisfied with that, you try again, it comes back a 10, now the value is increased. It was the same card. We basically pulled on the same slot machine and waited to see what the results were, and that was the game that was being played.
And that, Carlos, is the undeniable 100% proof that grading is bullshit. You send a card in, it comes back a 9, you take some pliers, you crack it open, you send it back in to the same company who might put it in front of the same grader again, and it comes back a different number. Grading is bullshit.
But Eric, everybody pushes and says that AI is great. That is not even a person. You can put that card back in that same machine and it will have variance too. That was admitted.
My hope is in the future it won't. But I understand we're at the early stages. My hope is, and I've said this week after week, that in a short period of time in the future, within the next 5 years, the same card goes into that machine 10 times, and all 10 times it comes back with the same number and the same report and the whole thing.
I
don't
agree.
think it
That,
ever
look,
will.
you guys may
I'm
not believe
lining up and sending those cards in.
Bubbles. I don't think he believes me, but I want that too because once we successfully perfected that, then we will officially have the blue machine and the red machine. So when Eric sends something in, it gets a 5, and when I send it in, it gets a 10. But Carlos, that was the same card, yes, but I put it in the blue machine instead of the red machine. It's
The
cool,
Eric machine. Yeah,
Bob
we knew it was
said-
from Eric. He got the Eric machine.
consistent.
Bob said what has the higher variance now, and I don't remember if I shared this one here or not, but I at one time cracked, I think it was 87 slabs that it came back. I cracked them all out, sent them back in, and I have to say, now this is only speaking on one example, one company, whatever. I can't. Speak
Also,
for
by the way,
all of
Bob
it.
agrees with Eric, which means Eric's wrong.
I completely changed my mind. I think grading is fantastic. I think everyone should do it, and I think the graders do a fantastic job, and I agree with all of their grades.
But my point to that was when the cards came back, I was highly surprised at how many were the same exact grade as when they were sent in. So, and to Matt's point about legally, if it was legally gambling, then kids could not buy packs at all.
No, so he's right from the so here makes the distinction. Logically, it's gambling. Legally, it's not. You're right, because if it was legal gambling, you're right. Then we'd have the infamous. Get ready for it. Regulation.
Yeah.
Them's be rules.
It's essentially, it's like the little box things on the Call of Duty games and Fortnite and everything else, where you buy the little tokens and then they give you the little spinny box and it gives you, some random item. It's the same thing.
Well, can I give you a very simple example of this concept in action that it relates to sports cards? I don't even have to venture outside. I'll stay inside the venue. On packs in Canada for sure. I think in the U.S. as well, but in Canada for sure, you used to be able to do a lot of. You could buy the packs, and on the back of the pack there would be a little blurb about no purchase necessary. Mm-hmm. So what would happen is now in Canada, in order to do no purchase necessary, you have to have a skill testing question, which is a very simple mathematical equation, a very simple math question. But even though it's relatively simple, it's not like overly complicated. By adding a skill testing question, You get around the loophole of a randomly generated thing that you could either win a prize or not. That's a lottery. It's gambling. They literally put in a math question. It's like, will math be involved? Yes, math will be involved. Because we have to put a math question. Otherwise, it's random gambling where we give you shit for free. No, you must answer the question, Eric. Then and only then may you have a thing. And potentially. That's if, maybe. But why would they add a skill testing question if it wasn't gambling? It's a draw. It is a draw. They'll do a draw on the inside. And if you win something, they will send you something with no purchase necessary. You just have to send in the envelope, blah, 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 but answer the skill testing question. That's a rule that was imposed here because it's a lottery. It's a draw. You have to do it. That's the minimum. Bingo. Bobbles also killed with a grading comment. I know. Well done, Bobbles.
No, just serious. Being serious. What a comment exactly?
Pertaining to the grade. So grading being the being a form of gambling because of kind of that element of it. So
Okay. Yes,
what he was referring to. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yep. Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah, because there's an element of chance to it. Because even though the theory is that there'd be some consistency, since it is subjective opinion, if something's borderline, like let's pretend there's no shadiness. Let's pretend everybody's is trying their best. If something's borderline between a 9 and a 10, where do you put it? It's almost a coin flip at that point. Like even if somebody's being as honest as they can be.
How many times do you hear somebody say, I'm going to send this in and I hope it gets a 10?
Yeah.
That's like me saying, I'm going to open this pack and I hope I hit a 101. You know, yeah, there's odds on the pack. Yeah, there's standards on the grading, but you hear it. Or I'm going to crack out of this one and send to this company and I hope, you know. So yeah, anytime there is hope like that involved,
yep,
there's no other way else to explain it.
And grading is bullshit.
Do you have to get the skill testing question correct? Traditionally, yes. I actually have always I remember seeing that no purchase necessary thing, and I would wonder like, what if you get the question wrong? I kind of would like the idea of them doing the draw,
Try it.
But then you get the question wrong, and then they're like, dun, 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 and they just send you the sound effect of, well, we would have given you this great prize, but you got the question wrong. It's a skill testing question, and you failed. But this is what you would have won had you gotten the question right. Jefferson Bird must be spinning in his grave. It's okay, we can cryogenically freeze him and heal him. It'll be fine. We'll buy and collect cards for the dopamine hit. True.
Absolutely.
So does this make Bobbles a blackjack dealer? Maybe.
Yes.
No. It makes me the person at the entrance to the casino that checks your ID.
No, I want Bobbles. I think in this scenario, you're the dealer, but not blackjack. I think blackjack's the wrong game. I think the correct game is you're the dealer at the roulette table. You're at the roulette wheel. All you do is you take the ball, you spin it, and you don't know where it's going to land. Your job is just to drop the ball. You start at the spinner, you drop the ball, and it goes where it goes, man. It's no longer in your hands. Bobbles has released it into the world, and what's going to happen is going to happen.
It might be a 7, it might be an 8, might be a 9, might be a 10. Depends what mood the machine is in that day.
That's what I'm saying.
You never know what you're going to get.
Buying gas station sushi is a form of gambling? Yes, Scott.
Yeah, it is.
We like to live Look, there's a lot of ways to live dangerously in this world. A lot of ways to live dangerously. Bobbles is the house in the grading pyramid scheme. It's true. He does. The wheel is fixed. Bobbles got the button in the back.
Yep.
No.
You can make it land where it needs to land.
If that was the case, I would not have requested just authentic on this card. I would have gotten the grade. It would have been nice and yeah, no. Bobbles just and to Eric's point about the grading, like people grading cards, a lot of times I send stuff in just because I want it in the holder for the PC. So
yeah,
it's not all just tens and dollar signs. Sometimes
I think that's a really good way, Eric, of getting around people's suspicions. Go, see, I had to do authentic, like, and it's like all of a sudden in the back, Pete's like,
see the shit
Sir, can you let me out? It's like, no, you will get back there, and next time it better be an 11.
That's right.
Do you see the shit I buy? No borders. The variation, the true variation.
You're gonna say he's gonna remove the sticker and it's like a pristine Maze rookie. It's like
Yeah.
it's all just a sticker he puts on top of it, a casing.
Shoot, that would be sweet.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Googling is telling me you have to be correct since it gets around the law saying you want a prize. No, that's the reason I say the skill testing question thing. It's required. It's a legal thing to skirt around the fact it's basically a lottery when you try to play that. You're entering into a lottery. Bobbles makes his money either way. True.
That's all you got to do. Put a sticker on
Poopy
it.
pony grading.
Poopy pony grading. Just throw it right on the slab. Call it a day.
Yep. So roulette is worse odds. House is the biggest edge. True. Bobbles started in a trailer, ended up in a big ass room full of authentic Manos Maze banks. Sounds like the house.
He's not wrong. I mean, if he's talking about where I grew up.
Oh,
Where was
I think
that?
you agreed to. I think Bobbles, you agreed to the whole thing. You're just like, don't play the last part. Ixnay on the rich ass A.
Owner of SGC grading.
It's like, and couple small companies. Rock Latex gambling.
Screw
is just
all
a-
you. No.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Look, if you ever get mad at Eric, just have one of your assassins take him out. It'll be fine. Gambling is just a
Please.
negative connotation used for any risk taking. As long as you understand the odds and risks involved, it's called risk management. That's the biggest casino out there. Is the stock market. There you go. Look at you, risk management. Well, it's a lot. There's a goddamn lot of risk management out in these streets. A lot of risk management going on. Look, it's, go ahead.
We only touched on opening the packs themselves. If anybody out there thinks that breaking isn't gambling, they've lost their damn mind. Because you not only in most cases have to beat the randomizer, like if it's random team, you have to hope that they pick the correct case if it's a case break. And then you have to hope that the damn card that you want is in that case. So there's even more steps to it than you just going to the shop and buying a box and opening it yourself. So
That's right. I agree with that. But that's what it really comes down to is that part of the fun part for me is that I've been in the hobby long enough that it's fun for me to watch people come to these weird realizations now, and I'm like, it was always you have odds on it. What do you think we've been doing here this whole time? Like, I don't understand. Why is this an epiphany? Why is this like this big thing? It's like, wait a minute, I think that's gambling. Yes.
Again,
Yes.
2 guys this week bought boxes separately. They weren't together. Came in different times this week. Bought boxes of the cup. Opened them right there in front of us. Both of them devastated. They thought for $1,000, whatever it was, $1,200, they were going to be able to buy a Ferrari. It was a total gamble. One guy just picked up his stuff and went home. Like, he just grabbed everything off the counter and like stormed out, got into his car, drove away. Like, he was just beside himself. The other guy went and bought more stuff. He goes, all right,
I bet they're putting it on credit cards.
Oh, God, yeah. So this other guy went and bought a kind of expensive box of baseball cards afterwards, hoping to get a hit on that. And I think he opened that at home. Like, he went, I'm going to open
Did you offer him a bottle of mouthwash? That'll probably make him feel better.
Oh, my goodness. Shoot, a couple of bottles.
Too soon.
A couple of bottles. I mean, it's crazy. They were sitting there. It was gambling.
We shouldn't laugh, but I do, Bubbles. I do all the time.
They thought they were going to hit a Gretzky 1-of-1 or a McDavid 1-of-1 or some ridiculous thing. That was
Eric. Did you give him a little bit of side eye though? Like when there was all going on, did you give him a little bit of side eye?
Oh, a little bit.
A little bit of this.
Yeah, I was. I'm like, you guys are idiots.
I've shown this one on the Discord, but that's a little spoiler to a card that'll be coming in later. Guys, the picture made me laugh. As soon as I saw this, the memes.
Yeah.
He's like, that's what I say. Like, Eric, did you give him a little of that? Like,
I was giving them a lot of that, and I was keeping my mouth shut. So, they're customers. They're spending their money in the store. They're paying my salary. I'm not going to sit there and say, you guys are morons. But yeah, that's probably the look. I'm over, across at the other counter, just like, are you guys are stupid.
You know, to be honest with you, like I said earlier, me and her love opening wax. It's been a long time, really, since we've opened much of anything. But that, right, what you just said, is the entire reason that when I realized that I could just buy and be able to afford the Robertson Cup RPA, that's when I went after it. Because otherwise, it would have just been this. I actually had sat down and looked at I can't, what is it, Out of the Box and some of the others that do a lot of hockey breaks. And I
Mhm.
was like pricing out how much Dallas Stars were for breaks because I was like,
Mhm.
well, how many would it take me to hit the card? And a box is 1,200. How many breaks could I get Dallas for, for that same price? And I was like going that route because I didn't think I'd be able to just buy the card. When I realized I could just get the card and it was essentially the same damn price as the box, I was like, well, let's just take the risk out of it and just get the damn card I want. And that's why I
Mhm.
went that route. But yeah,
That's what I do.
Makes sense.
Find
No,
what I
so,
want, and I go and I buy it if I can
yep.
afford it.
Now, let me touch on a couple of these here. So, Dakota's saying here, box costing $1,200, whatever, but drives me crazy. Panini charges $1,200 and gives you $50 in value. It's nonsense. I guess if Topps charged me 120 and I get $40 from chilling, I ain't sweating 80, but 1K I am. So let's talk. Let's touch on this for a second because we were talking about this earlier today, and I was chatting about it with. I was in the Discord chatting about it with Dakota as well, and a lot of other folks. But let's touch on this. There's a lot here to. We talked about Fanatics earlier tonight and their policies and what they're doing. They're gonna get the football license and they're getting the basketball license. When exactly they're gonna get to start making cards really for it, we'll see. We don't know yet. Whenever that happens, though, in theory, Topps football, Topps basketball, Topps finest, Topps chrome, football and whatever. Obviously, as a football guy, Dakota's really into that piece of it. So here's the question, and kind of the question was, would the model for a Topps football? So let's put our hats on for a moment. The Fanatics Overlords have blessed us with great cash prize, and now we're just making decisions about the football license with the Topps branding. So let's say that's what we got. I genuinely don't think the idea was, well, because in baseball, Topps flagship Topps is X price and whatever, but you produce a lot of flagship Topps, a lot. So the thing is, a lot of the cost benefit analysis and the way you do it, if you're Fanatics and Panini's gotten away with some of their flagship, their prisms and all that going for so much money, that doesn't mean you have to match it. But it's a hypothetical question, Bubbles. They were able to sell Prism at a pretty high price. I don't know if you consider Chrome and Prism to be equivalent for the respective brands, but I don't know. I leave it to other people to decide that. But I'm just throwing it out there. Or Finest or whatever. But if you already know that the market will bear $500 or $600 a box, maybe not $1,000, $2,000, but maybe 500 or 600. When you bring Topps Chrome or Topps Finest back for football, let's say, why wouldn't you charge 500 or 600?
that's kind of what I was, when I was talking to him about it as well. That was kind of my theory because basing on baseball, Topps has had the baseball license for years, right?
Yeah. But
And
also
there's
production
really
is higher.
no
Let's just bear in mind, baseball, they're just making more cards. So they can spread out
right.
their cost and their profit over more product.
And football, not long ago,
Mm-hmm.
wasn't that popular.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Prism stuff that now they're charging $1,000+ for would sit on the shelf at a discounted clearance price of I don't remember how much hobbies were, but you could find the retail everywhere. And it was printed way less than it is today. When everything started getting out of hand, and remember, basketball used to be the moneymaker in cards, it's flipped over to football with the emergence of Josh Allen and Herbert and Burrow and all of those guys. I 100% agree. If they know, if there's a draft class strong enough that they feel that they can get that Prism price out of Topps Chrome, I think they'll do it. Now, maybe not as much. Um, maybe we see, he's saying Prism is 1,200 or whatever. You might see regular Chrome at 800 and Sapphire maybe 1,400. because you know they're going to sapphirize every damn thing.
No, for sure. But,
So
look, I think
Wait,
I think
hold on.
maybe
Time out. What is that word?
sapphirize.
you get
Yep.
ready. You're gonna be enamored when the chocolate stick gets sapphirized. That's coming.
Sapphirized.
You're
I
gonna
I
love
don't know
it.
what
sapphirize.
else you call it, man.
It has
They
been
throw sapphires on
sapphirized.
everything.
So you're saying, Eric, you're saying you're in? We're gonna get you in on the break for some of the sapphirization.
I need some sapphirizations.
That's right. But no, I think so. The key point is a philosophical question. Like, and by the way, folks in the chat, I'd like to get your take on this. This is hypothetical. We don't know what they're going to do. We have no idea.
I want your
But
take on sapphirizations.
that's going to be crazy. Fanatics' job is to make money, so their goal is to sell the hobby box for as much money as they goddamn well can. That's the number one. That's the number one objective. The market is not necessarily as crazy for it, in the sense of they're just not going to sell as many boxes. Nicely done, Bob. Nicely done. Nicely done.
The not many box thing though is also like, so what Dakota's alluding to on his $1,200 box and $50 value. The value is market value. That's what the consumer, eBay, whatever, market movers, that's what they're saying. That's what people are paying for the cards.
Mm-hmm.
If there's less of it opened and it's just sitting there, okay, that means there's less demand of the actual wax. You might see the value of the cards rise, but let's just hypothetically, and I'm gonna switch over and use a basketball player because the Luka craze. Let's say someone in football becomes Luka, and it drives his Topps Chrome card to go absolute crazy. People are going to start buying that wax. There's going to be the demand for the wax, and then when more of that comes out, it's going to bring it right back down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
now,
always the supply-demand field.
Yeah. Now, I think what's going to be interesting, and there's two ways, we mentioned it already, but there's two approaches you can take if you're fanatics with this stuff. The only thing I don't think they're going to do is I don't think they're going to go back to the previous model that Topps did in this last go around. I just don't think you're going to get that. If you get your Topps Chrome or Topps Finest, I just don't think they're going to do it again. The same way. It's not going to be the same box configuration. That's what I'm referring to. So say it was, I don't remember what the configuration was, 4 cards per pack and like 24 packs per box or something. I'm thinking like Chrome. I feel like it was 4 cards per pack. Maybe I'm wrong. Like it could have been higher, whatever. I have no idea. Whatever the configuration is, it would make sense to me that they would give you less packs, less cards, and jack up the price. By the way, it doesn't have to be dramatic. What you could do is, but before Chrome was $120 a box. Okay, fine. And they say, we're not going to go to $1,200. Don't worry. We're going to make it $200. And you're like, okay, that's not that crazy. How many cards and packs am I getting? Well, before you got 24 packs and 4 cards per pack, right? So that's 96 cards. Okay, so now you get 15 cards and 6 cards, 15 packs and 6 cards per pack. And you go, well, that's 90. That's actually less. And you've increased the price. Yes. And before, what was I getting? You were getting one of these per box, and now you're getting one every 2 boxes. So it's like you didn't raise the price nearly as much, but you put less packs in it, you put less cards in it, you reduce the cost, but you still increase the price just a little bit. Is that okay?
I actually something just hit my thought process here that in this, we don't know how any of this shit's going to play out. But if we're comparing apples and oranges in baseball and football, I wonder if they don't go with a cheaper Topps Chrome price point, because I forgot the element that is baseball, which would be Bowman.
Mm-hmm.
And they could price Bowman at the Prism level, since they know if there's an inclusion of the rookies as a first Bowman card in their pro uniform or what have you, those would be the ones people are seeking, and the Topps Chrome wouldn't be as prevalent in comparison to Prism. So it's going to be interesting how they play all of the products and how they market it and what they do with the guys. Are they going to have first Bowmans in football, or is it just going to be straight rookies? Is Bowman U going to be the first Bowman? So But that could be an interesting scenario. Maybe Bowman's the one that's Prism price and regular Topps Chrome is normal price.
Yep.
So
So let me touch on this one here. So 12 by 4 for 180. People in football still rejoicing. Like we don't get to rip wax anymore. Cheapest decent hobby box is 600 for optic. Basketball optic is less than 300. I think that's fair. But the only so again, we're presenting hypotheticals. I'm taking up the role. So for the purpose of this conversation, Eric, if you're following me, I'm taking up the role of the greediest of greedy fanatics that is trying to basically twist the knife. I'm basically trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to, but I'm also trying to do it in a less overt way, so it's not as obvious. I'm like hiding in the shadows while twisting the knife, but I'm still twisting the knife either way. So
You're
like,
pretending, you said.
was that?
You said you were pretending.
That is the lie I've decided to speak right now, Eric. That is the lie I'm speaking.
Pretending.
So, in this hypothetical scenario,
oh sure,
if my goal is to twist the knife, okay, so 12 by 4 for 180, you say football people still rejoicing. Sounds good. Okay, cool. What if I get you talk about the discrepancy between value? You're paying so much for Prism, you're paying so much for optic, and you're getting so much little. Okay, what if I just scale it back and keep the proportions the same? In a $1,200 box, you're likely to scrape by $200. I'm just making up a number, whatever. So let's go with that. Okay, $180 box. What if you're lucky to scrape by $15 worth of value? Oh, but it's only $180. Okay, great. So how many boxes are you going to buy before you realize that we'll add it up and we'll keep the number? You'll spend $1,200 in $180 boxes and still get $200 worth of value, and we still end up in the same place.
Right.
I could still do this to you. I could just make the odds of pulling anything decent so long that, all right, I'll take it from you $100 a box at a time, or $150 at a time. I'll take it. It's like, what happens? Like, yeah, the good pull is, it's one in every 12 boxes. $180 a box, 12 boxes. You want to start adding that up? Still a lot of money.
can you go to his last comment there?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll grab this one. I'll grab the next one here. Series 2 wooden, reasonable logic, price higher. Okay, so the greedy fanatics employer wants the hobby to grow as much as possible. They want their profits to grow as much as possible. They say they want the hobby to grow. No, the profit is the part they want to grow as much as possible. But I get your general point. Best way for them to do that is to promote wax ripping. Reasonable prices pushes that. Well, that's what we have breakers for. You don't need to be the one to buy the boxes. You can buy through our authorized breakers on Fanatics Live.
So, a couple things to take on this. One, before the boom, the hobby wasn't growing. The shit sat on the shelf. It was clearanced all the time, and it was very affordable. You could go buy a hobby box of your best chromium products for $89 in a lot of cases. And it sat there. People didn't buy it.
Okay.
So that's one way to look at it. The other way is, and I'm going to use this analogy because I know Dakota has brought this up a lot in the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
We've discussed grading prices, and he said it doesn't make sense for the grading companies to lower their prices because they're trying to earn more money, and you have to do more work if you lower the cost of your grading. Therefore, to balance out the numbers, they would have to essentially do more work at a lower cost. It would be the kind of the same thing with the wax. You lower the price of the wax, you're making less money for more product. So you can kind of look at it in both angles there. If they're really wanting to fill their pockets, they're going to find the number, that sweet spot. And seeing people doing breaks and everything at $1,200 a box is not a good sign. It wasn't a good sign when the hobby was booming over the pandemic and everything, when people were paying $3,500 for cello packs of Prism basketball. It was the dumbest shit ever, but they seen it happen. So they know if Wembanyama becomes this great thing, guess what's going to happen? Basketball wax prices are going to hit the moon because his card prices are going to be absolutely stupid.
Do you think he'll be as good as Bol Bol?
That's rough. That's a bold statement, sir. It's a bold statement.
I'm asking. Do you think
exhibition Bol Bol or NBA actual regular season game Bol Bol?
When Bol Bol cards were $1 million, that Bol Bol.
Mm-hmm.
And PSA was 40 million cards behind because of the Bol Bol cards that were submitted to PSA.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think so. There's two pieces here. So I'll read a couple of Dakota's comments, but also one other element that I want to kind of throw in is kind of a factor that we might want to consider as well. And this happens in everything. There is also an element because a lot of people talk about, oh, they've priced us out of the market. That's true, and that is a valid point. But even if you come back a little bit, one important thing is that there's such a thing as price sensitivity. It's the notion of what we're used to. Remember, this is the same hobby where in the 80s, when Upper Deck came out with $1 a pack, it was blasphemous. It's madness. It's insanity. Who would take $1 a pack right now? You're laughing. Like, oh, $1 a pack? But let me ask a question, serious question, Eric. If you were going to if you said, Eric, I'm forcing you, you have to open a box of product. I'm going to make you open a box of new product. What price per pack can you at least swallow that it doesn't piss you off nearly as much? What is the number? Like $5 a pack, $10. What is the number that you can live with that you can open some packs?
Right. I'm trying to think logically because as you and Bobbles and everyone who watches this, I have not legitimately opened cards since 1994. Okay. So I know that, a couple of months ago, I had a couple of Upper Deck things that we did here live and, as kind of a gag. But as a rule, I have not opened wax since 1994 during the first boom. And I'm like, this is getting ridiculous. So you're asking someone who refuses to do it how much I'd pay. So I understand that instinctively I want to say no more than $2. I know that's a little ridiculous. Okay.
It is because with the price of inflation, what's $2 get you in anything else?
So I would say, I think if you're asking me to pay more than, $5 for a pack of cards, you can, go jump in a lake.
Mm-hmm. Now, what was the price in 1990?
Again, when you kind of nailed the Upper Deck came out and said, we're going to charge you a little bit more, but I didn't mind it so much then because the card stock changed, the photography changed. It was I had no problem putting a little extra money for this new product that revolutionized cards and card collecting. So I didn't mind paying that $1.
I got it.
But yeah, I liked it better when it was 25 cents.
Yeah, but the point is though, the floor is still higher, just because everything's more expensive. We our entire perception of it has changed. So my question is, not all the way, because it's like a rubber band. It gets pulled in one direction, then snaps, and gets pulled in the other direction. It goes back and forth. I just think that our tolerance for what a box price is higher now for people that would open boxes. If you had told somebody in the mid 90s, oh, $1,000 boxes, $5,000 boxes, $10,000 boxes, they'd be like, this is madness. What are you talking about? Even $1,000 boxes, not only $1,000 boxes, but $1,000 boxes that through breaking and various mechanisms get opened in abundance. Not one or two, like one guy who happens to have a lot of money and opens a box. I can go on YouTube and watch $1,000 boxes be open. Right. A whole bunch, no problem. That has been normalized to a certain degree. So the box prices then, the low end box prices even got shoved up. Even Topps flagship.
Yeah.
I remember in the late 90s, they were able to get wholesale the boxes for like $45 or $50 per. You could buy them by the case, and this is still secondary market, $45 or $50 if you bought them by the case. Still relatively cheap. This is 1998.
You have to go back to something else though.
Go ahead.
In Eric's instance, okay, if he's basing this off of, okay, yeah, I paid $1 in 1994. I could get the inflation and everything. I'd pay $5 today. He's still in the period where the pack probably had 15, 20 plus cards in it.
Yep.
That he was paying $1 for. Mm-hmm. Today, that $5 is going to get you 4 cards, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another change.
But Bubbles, that's a shrinkflation thing that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I said there are ways. There are ways to accomplish the goal of still getting us. That's why I use the code as example. Well, what if I give you your $180 box, but I give you 30 cards in it? Do you still feel like you're getting good value? Because there are ways we can do this. I can give you your price point, but I just adjust everything else accordingly to make this work. I basically turned it into a retail box that you get at Walmart or Target, but you paid $180 for it. And you're sitting there like, what did I get for
Yep.
$180? It's not $1,200. You got that going for you.
I was
But
shocked when Brad did his, Brad and Luke were opening the cup, a month or 2 months ago,
Yeah.
and I call me naive, whatever, uneducated, what, I don't care. I was shocked, one, at the price, but I'm like, okay, that's how it is nowadays with all the different inserts in it that are worth so much money. I was dumbfounded when Luke opened that first box and there was like 5 cards in the box. I I figured there'd be several packs in there or something, you know? When he's like, okay, and he takes the cardboard off, and he opens up this metal tin, and it's like is like one stack of cards that are like there's like 5 cards. I'm like, you're paying $1,200 a box for 5 cards? Are you smoking crack? Is crack a part of your life?
And on that broadcast, we opened a case.
And I was like, there's a lot of crack involved in your life.
it goes back to the question that got us on this topic. When you go to the casino, it's a bunch of different slot machines.
Mm-hmm.
You have the nickel slot, the penny slots, quarter slots, and then you got that high roller room. That's where your flawless and your national treasures and your cups and all of those are in that room over there, that high roller room.
Yeah.
Most of us play in those probably nickel to quarter slot range.
Damn right.
Eric's out in the back right now fighting the raccoon for a shiny nickel as we speak.
I would.
He's back there. Like, I need that nickel more than you do.
I would. I'd fight a raccoon for a nickel. Damn
Hobby
right.
Chavs here. Hobby Chavs here. Good evening. Fanatics is banking everybody spending stupid money on break spots, which inflates their bottom line, but as it can't be taken away with consumer education, they're taking a huge risk, alienated LCSs. Yes, but it's a calculated risk. So, but I agree. I get what you're saying. Fanatics needs to keep entry points low because they need to grow the pool of buyers. In theory, I think what comes interesting is, okay, so using this football analogy we're talking about, you could accomplish a lot of what you're trying to talk about here with Topps flagship in this scenario, Topps flagship. But it just means you print a crap ton of it. But it goes back to what I said earlier. Here's the question about if I tell you that, okay, you can get Topps flagship boxes, Topps flagship football, and you can get the boxes for $80. I'm putting it under $100 for the hell of it, just to help you. You can have a hobby box of it for $80, and I'll give you a
People will
decent
rip it.
amount. Yeah, I'll give exactly, and a number of people will, but how much of it will you rip? Because I'm going to give you basically predominantly base, and I'm going to print 12 trillion of it. So there's going to be a bunch of it sitting there, and it'll go. But at a certain point, people will get sick of it because you'll be opening box after box after box of basically the same stuff. And once you built your base set, then what? There'll be some inserts and stuff, but if it's anything any good, if they printed enough of it and it's spread out enough, you're gonna need like to buy 5 cases of it to get like 3 or 4 decent cards.
People will buy the jumbos if they do
Yeah.
it like baseball
Yeah.
to get the autos and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff out of it. It would sell if it's at that price point. Actually, I would say it would sell really well if it was at 119 a hobby, 150 a jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would sell the hell out of it.
Yep. So then, but if you're doing that price for flagship, what are you doing for then the Chrome and Finest?
So that's where, like I said, it's
Because
gonna
I gave you
depend on
one at the
how-
entry level price point. I gave you one at a reasonable price point that is modestly attainable for most people. That's fine. You don't need to rely on breakers. You can go get yourself a box and it should be all right.
Right.
But then how do we adjust the price of the other ones accordingly?
I would say it's going to boil down to the Bowman aspect of it. Are they going to make Bowman like they do in baseball? Because that's
I want to
where-
keep the comment on here because Eric is trying to karate chop his screen.
If the Bowman element in football is not as significant, I think Chrome will be more expensive. If the Bowman element comes into play where there is, and I don't know that it could because there's not minor league football.
But does it work the same way? Because in football, you don't have the history with that. The Bowman first isn't a thing in football right now.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know
Yeah.
how they're gonna do it because they have it in the U. So is that going to wind up being the prospect card like baseball? Could people that are buying those cards right now be smart as hell because it transitions over and it takes off like the baseball ones? I don't, I'm just, pulling strings out of air right now on that because we
Right.
don't know. We don't know
Do
what
you
they're
think
going
it
to
would? Do
do.
you think
So
Bobbles it would help if not a redemption per se, but if with the purchase of properly marked hobby boxes, you were able to get like say a gigantic tub of mayonnaise,
Come on, Jesus!
like a
yeah, you
gigantic
could
tub, not
paint with that.
like. But I'm just saying, like, what if you get like a mega tub of mayonnaise, like a ridiculously large tub of mayonnaise, so much
Screw
mayonnaise.
1,000. That is a $10,000 box.
I
That's
am
what I'm
gonna
saying.
throw up.
It's amazing. That's
God.
crazy.
I am
That's
gonna
like enough
throw
mayo to
up.
last at least a couple of days.
I'm
It's
gonna
pretty
throw up
pretty nuts.
live on this stupid ass show.
Well, I'm gonna let you continue tormenting Eric, but I'm gonna have
Oh,
to
and I will.
run because
And
I got a bunch of stuff I got to get together. I got to
Take
take
me
some
with
stuff
you.
to the show in the morning and all that. So
sounds good.
I just noticed
Sounds
what
good,
time
Bubbles.
it was. So
I appreciate you.
as always, guys, it's fun chat. Thank you guys, and hope you all have a great weekend.
Sounds
See you
good.
later,
Take it
buddy.
easy. Take it easy, Bubbles. Have a good one.
Later, man.
All right, so real quick, Hobby Champs here saying what I'm saying is Fanatics' entire strategy completely fuck them if consumers simply search to educate themselves. The second part is the part of why I think I feel they're safe. Eric, what's rule number 1?
Collectors are stupid.
Yep. I bet on the collectors never educating themselves. They're stupid. Dakota says, it's hard for me to say per pack. I think per box because you get X parallels and like 2 autos. Yes, I agree. Yep. Regardless of packs, promise me 2 autos and 2 nice parallels for 225. I'm intrigued. What about 2 modestly okay parallels and the chance to get an auto once every case for 225? Because I say, promise me 2 autos and 2 nice parallels for 225. I'm intrigued. Sounds good. How about no? How about you pay the 225, you get maybe 1 auto, I mean, on a good day, most likely not, and a couple of half-ass parallels. And a bunch of base.
How about I take that $225, I go on the eBay, and I find the player that I want to collect, and I buy a really nice autograph of him that way. And I get
And with the remaining money, buy a gigantic tub of mayonnaise?
No, listen, you better knock it off. All right? I'm not gonna stick around here and put up with this.
It's 2 quarts
abuse.
of mayonnaise. Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
disgusting. No. I'm gonna
Lapper
tell your mother
says-
on you.
go ahead. She knows about my horribleness. It is known. It is a known quantity in that
She
house.
doesn't let you down that aisle anymore.
She has literally disowned me dozens of times, Eric.
She's gonna
Dozens.
disown you again, I'm telling.
You got to appreciate breakers and people for ripping this up so we can buy the singles. That's right. Yep, absolutely. 100 for Lapper, if sounds fair. Eric has a mortal aversion to mayonnaise. It is his kryptonite.
Can you just stop even saying it?
He's deeply disturbed. It's crazy. It's nuts. I got to tell you. Woo.
I'm gonna throw up right here live on camera.
Yeah, so just so you understand, Dakota, most of the regulars know this. Literally, and it's to the point where I will be at the supermarket and I will take a picture of a jar of mayonnaise and send it to Eric just to torment him. I got time while I'm at the supermarket, while I'm at the grocery store. I will literally stop, and my family now knows. I say, "Oh, are you sending him a text message?" He's like, "Oh yeah, hold on, just 1 second."
It's so gross. It's so gross.
So good, so good.
No, it isn't.
225 for less than 1 auto. I never $5. Totally, that's totally fair. What are 10 gallons of mayo on eBay right now? We got to find out. Find out.
God. This
Is
show
Mayo
just-
Eric's nickname at work because he's pasty? Hey, it might work out.
I hate everybody in the chat. I hate you. I hate everything. You all suck.
I got to tell you, man, I don't know. Hobby Champ says, I am finding it amusing that watching people pretend that half licensed tops basketball and football would be great when baseball has proven time and time again that people don't care that much about them. That's true. The unlicensed stuff, we did talk about that the other night. The unlicensed stuff has a very niche market. It's been proven that it's not working. It doesn't work for most people. I don't mind it sometimes, depending on the product. It needs to be a good design product, but I don't have a problem with it. It's fine. Almost bought a 2008 Topps Mayo James Harrison today. Nice.
Oh my God.
That's a sports card, Eric. What are you complaining about? Jeez. I like to keep one of those removable packets of mayo in my pocket in case of emergency. It's important.
Oh my
Gotta have some
God.
mayo.
Please stop.
Eric, I don't know what you're complaining about.
Oh,
Like, Eric, look, is there a different condiment that you can live with? Like, is there something that you can just move on from? Like, is it just like you're just gonna have yourself some heart palpitations for the mayo thing? Is that the deal?
God. I eat tuna. I open the can of tuna fish, drain it, and that's all I eat. I don't add anything to it. That's it. Now he's gonna go get some. Ah, God damn it. This show sucks. Why do you people tune into this crap? This is what none of you have anything better to do on a Friday night. Really? There's
What do you mean?
46 of you. There's
What are you trying to say?
46 of you watching this crap. There's something
Uh,
wrong with all of you.
this is quality programming. We
Oh,
keep this up. We keep this up, and I got to tell you, we keep this up, and one day, if we keep producing this kind of quality content, I can only imagine the ComC's sitting there going, "We fucked up. We got to
oh,
lock
God.
these people. We got to lock this down.
You have
Lock
that
it down."
Did you make that go away yet? You're gonna lie to me anyway.
For now. For now.
Oh my
Scrolling
God.
through here. Let's take a look. Hobby Champs just says mayo.
Oh, thanks. That's
His
great.
jacket is mustard color. I assume he likes mustard. You think so?
I do
Is
like
Eric's favorite Bruin Bob DeMayo?
Oh my God, that's actually funny.
I like to get an 1894 Mayo cut plug at the National. Think they've expired by
Oh
this point?
God, you
Maybe.
people are sick.
Has there ever been seen anyone projectile vomit on a hobby live stream before? Probably if some people had video of people watching a tag reveal. I mean, go on. Sorry, continue. Miracle Whip over AO. There you go. There's 46 and we only have 30 likes. I know. We charge Eric for the likes. Come on, man.
There's nothing to like. The show sucks.
Oh, your pain and suffering is so much to like. I would have like 12 burners to like my own video.
Oh my God.
I buy mayo gallon tubs. There you go.
My stomach's turning. I'm not even joking anymore.
For every
This
like
is-
Eric eats a jar of mayo, that'd be valid.
my
There you
stomach is turning. This is disgusting.
Mayonnaise. Terrible, Eric. Just terrible.
Yes,
Sad.
all of you are. Yes, I agree.
No, I think it was sad watching you try to just suffer. Bob says there's a new player for Eric to like. He likes to pay for the Coyotes. Dustin Mayo.
I'm gonna vomit. I'm telling you.
Sorry, it was
I-
Dissin
I-
Mayo. My apologies. Dissin Mayo.
My stomach is turning. I'm gonna throw up.
Terrible. Just terrible. But yes.
There was. Can we get back on track? Because there actually was a question that I'm willing to answer, or at least give an example of.
I'm trying to remember what it was. We got down a very, very critical track here, and where were we?
5 minutes or so ago, somebody asked, like, what was the last thing I opened in 1994?
In 1994, yes.
Yes. So the answer to that is everything. Now, if you were collecting in 1994, and of course I am going to absolutely lose it. Oh my good God.
2009 Tops Mayo.
Oh my God, I'm gonna lose it. Okay.
Sometimes, Chad. Sometimes I think to myself, Carlos,
I'm
should
trying
you
to
really
get
just
back.
keep enjoying the suffering of others? And then I think to myself, yes,
I'm
I do.
trying so hard just to get back on track. So in 1994, you'd walk into the shop. Now, just hockey, of course. I had Tops, O-Pee-Chee, Upper Deck, Pro Set, Parkhurst, Aurora, Pinnacle,
Sorry, which year are we talking about now?
like 1994, as an example. You know,
Well, in 1994 there was no Aurora.
I don't know
Yeah,
exactly.
Pinnacle for hockey. Pinnacle started in 97, 98.
Score. I mean,
Have a good night, Dakota.
it is absolutely ridiculous to try to think of how many products were out there at that time. And that is when I said, something is wrong with this hobby. I can't do this anymore. and I said, I am done collecting cards this way. I'm vintage, and that is it. That is when in 1994 I said I am completely done collecting this way. I cannot afford this. I cannot keep up with this. Um, there's way too many companies out there, and it's vintage, and that's it. So I was trying to with I was in college in 94. I had, college kid money, which is like none, and I'm trying to keep up with every single product that's coming out. It was ridiculous. So I that's when I said, forget it. I'm done. I'll invest what money I have in Bobby Orr and Phil Esposito and Gordie Howe and early Gretzky's and Lemieux and and all the greats from the past, because I can't be chasing Yaromir Jagr and Brett Hull cards because there's thousands of them now.
I
It
feel
made
though
more.
instead of spending the money on this, you could have been doing it to take care of your nutritional requirements.
Oh my God, here we
Did
go.
you think about? And
I'm
I
not
it
looking.
makes me sad. It makes me sad that this obvious play
I'm
wasn't
not.
done
I'm not
last
looking.
month.
I'm not looking.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like I feel like the opportunity was there.
No,
So
George.
anyway, I'll allow you to finish your story, Eric, but I will need you to accelerate through. There are a lot of products.
No, I'm
You
done.
gave up on life. You're doing Booby Or. What else
That's
you
it.
got?
I'm done. I'm done. That was my point. It's like, why did I stop opening packs? Why? That's why. Because
Mm.
I cannot even name them all. There were so many.
97, 98 would have been much worse because by then products had fully. That was the last years of Pinnacle and Pacific entered the fray, and it actually
Pacific,
went a lot more,
Leaf,
a lot more.
the original Leaf. Don't forget them. I mean, it just went on and on and on, and I'm trying to keep up with it all, and buying box and box and box of cards of all these different companies. It was too much.
There you
So
go.
I quit.
Fair enough. All right, so I'm gonna get a quick refill here, but Bob Jackson is throwing you a lifeline. Your good friend, your good buddy, Bob Jackson is trying to help you here. Any good card shop stories
There,
this week?
there's got to be a trick to this, but
Oh no, there will be. Do you want me to bring back the Cinco de Mayo?
no, I
I
don't
can bring
want to
back the
see
Cinco
it.
de Mayo.
I don't want to see
All
it.
right, I'll be right back. Get your
So
give your story.
in the last in the last 5 days, we had a game used. I can try to pull it up here. Because this stuff's really cool. I put one of them on my Instagram. I have to do the other one later, but if you guys can see this, that is a game used Larry Bird warm up jersey. Here's the front of it. It's 100% authentic. We followed the provenance to it. It's definitely Larry's. And growing up in the 80s and seeing every single Bird game imaginable on TV, to walk into work and see this thing hanging there and being able to, hold it and take a picture and all that, unbelievably cool for me. Larry Bird was a huge part of my sports fandom, growing up. And I walk in and his warm up is right there. Today I walked in this afternoon and found, and this is what's gonna go on my Instagram next. And I'll wait for Carlos to both the jokes about damaging it, because I did not damage it this time. This is a very rare,
Hmm.
very rare 1978 Bobby Orr game used stick from when he played in Chicago. Now, if you know your Bobby Orr history, he only played a handful of games in Chicago because his knees were just completely destroyed. So, not a lot of sticks actually exist for players back then because they didn't have a whole rack of them, and like they do today, and guys breaking them every 10 minutes. The sticks would last a lot longer for these guys. And if they broke, they did get just tossed in the trash. So yeah, there has been some Bruin sticks that have come through. Those are much easier to find, but to find ones he actually used and played with in Chicago are very, 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 very rare. So that is what I walked in and found today. Very excited about it.
Do
Here
you
is
see any marks on the stick from when he used it to hit the first three-pointer in NBA history?
yes.
That's important. So, on which part of the stick was it, or that he helped for the basketball?
Well, he used the blade, of course. Don't be ridiculous.
Mm,
But there it is, number 4, B or right there.
interesting.
His is very unique and recognizable tape job. So yeah, that's the two coolest things in the last 5 days: a bird warm up and a or stick from Chicago, where I think he only played like 18 games.
It
So
was a
yeah,
very short run in Chicago. That is true.
yeah. So that was unbelievably cool this week.
There you go. Good on you. And it gave me a chance to get a cookie. Everybody wins. Hobby Champs. My cat licked off some mayo off my BLT earlier.
But back
Devastating.
to this. Come on.
These are the comments. I'm just reading them. It'd be better if cards came in a jar, like mayo. Thank you, Paul. But think of all the innovations that came about during that era. That is true. That is true. Nice LB. Good stuff. I believe right now mayo is a better investment than salad dressing. Philly Joe. Good evening, Philly Joe. 4 times better. A 4 times better investment. Bob Jackson says, I see what you're doing, Carlos. I know not what you mean. And it was delicious. Indeed. Could have used a little mayo, though.
Are we done? Is this stupid show over? Seriously, are we done?
It's over. It's over when I say it's over.
How many ridiculous human beings? 39 of you. There's 39 of you watching this crap. There's something wrong with each and every one of you. Go to bed so I can do the same.
Don't lie. You're going to go over and make a mayo sandwich.
No.
That's what you're doing.
I'm gonna throw up. I swear. You just keep pushing me. I'm going to throw up all over my desk.
Oh, this is your desk. That's good. Just do where the cards are. You're not losing anything. Just do it over there.
My stomach is an absolute mess right now.
You know, that's psychosomatic. That is a serious. Have you considered getting counseling? Have you considered seeing if you could bargain for counseling at under $100 an hour?
Oh my God.
Some serious issues there. The Venn diagram. It's a valid question. True story. Yes. All right. Talked about Hobby Palooza, did that. Talked about the Fanatics thing, got that one done. We even had a nice little debate about the potential pricing thing, got that. Tormented Eric, that's fun. Did that. Ada Macadamia Nut Cookie, win. Trying to think, was there anything else? Oh, even did the CSG CGC thing, got that. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Covered a lot of ground. In reality, there was so this weekend I know that Brad. So they probably did the trade night tonight, and they're going to have the card show. So I'll check with them next week to see how that one went out. So I'll be curious about that.
Where is the card show Brad is at? Is he running it? Is it his?
Yeah, they're going to run. AMG is running another one of their card shows. They do their monthly one, so that is this weekend.
Is it at the mall in which his shop is at, or
no? They do one in a different spot. They literally have. I think they said they got 175 tables, so they got a nice little setup there. Yeah, so that's going to be good. And then tonight they promoted a trade night. So I wasn't too surprised. I gave Brad the link anyway. He asked for it, but I suspected like he's probably passed out somewhere by now because they run the full trade night and then they're going to have the show the 2 nights over the weekend. So I wasn't surprised. So I figured that would be the case. From this perspective, I think I'm not going to worry about it yet, but I think once we're maybe a couple of weeks out, then I'll bring some folks on maybe that'll talk a little bit more about the national since it'll be appropriate thematically at that time. But still too soon. Not yet. We'll cross after Canada Day. After we have the 1 year anniversary of Hobby Doom, then we can start figuring that out. So I think that'll be all right.
What is the exact date of the national? I don't.
It's like the week. I want to say it's the weekend. It's the last week Hold on. National Convention. Because I want to say it crosses through the last week of July, or right in there.
Yeah.
National Sports Collectors
I
Convention.
know some time back there was a post about it being 50 days.
26th to 30th. 26th to 30.
July
26th to 30.
26th to 30th. All right.
That is right.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, there we go. Thank you both. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yep. So that's right. So yeah, so we got a little time yet. Not going to worry about that one. I know that Paul's going to be going. I know that Matt's going to be going as well, so I know they got that covered. So I think that's awesome. So I think we're good. I think we'll definitely have something to talk about by then. And then I also want to see the fallout for the Hobby Palooza thing. I mean, I saw the way they designed it this time. It does feel a little bit more corporatized, like in a certain way, because it feels like it's the same clusters of people. But Scott, like I said, he's going to be on one of them. I think Orlando's going to be on one of the hours for somebody. So there will be other community members who will join in. So that's good. So if you're interested and intrigued, that is something to watch over the weekend. So that'll be good. One thing that I didn't touch on tonight, it would take a little bit. I might do a standalone video. I'm not promising it because on Sunday I'm going to be going to my wrestling pay-per-view show. So I'm going to be a little busy. If I got a little time tomorrow, maybe I'll record the video. Or maybe I'll post it on Sunday. Our good buddy Geoff did his usual his podcast. He did his podcast, and he had Teapot on there, and they were talking a little bit about the Collectors Coalition concept. So I mentioned that to you and kind of explained it to you, and they did their own little breakdown of it. I'm kind of tempted to do a reaction of it. I'm going to be honest. So I'm like, I went and listened to it again. And I'm like, I could do a reaction video on this. I probably could. And there's enough meat on the bone there that it might be worth my while. I'm thinking about it. If I do, it'll probably be Sunday early next week. So if I end up, it'll be posted Sunday early next week. But yeah, I'm thinking about it. I could probably just do the thing where I just play it a bit and then respond to it. So there's some good points that are made there, some questionable points that are made there, and some
Is it on
pieces
the
that I can
YouTube?
add. Yeah. So
All right.
that it's just it's just Jeff Wilson show. A lot of people go there just to like curse out Jeff for existing. That's always kind of fun. I will say though, in that episode, Teapot did most of the talking. He had notes and everything, so he was giving a whole thing. Jeff just kind of sat there and kind of listened. He chimed in a little bit here and there, but honestly, it was Teapot running that show for most of that episode. So,
And that's his assistant helper guy, right?
well, he's one of the guys. Yeah, he's one of the guys who runs the actual market movers tool.
Yeah.
On the data side, he's the one in charge of kind of that stuff. So, one of the lieutenants. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So that'd be. So I don't know. I did think the topic they broached was interesting. They did make a couple of the correct points, a couple of the ones I don't necessarily agree with, but there might be enough in there to respond. So I'll have to see. So scroll through here. Bob Jackson. The calendar may call it Easter Monday, but it's also the festival of mayonnaise.
Oh, good Lord. No, screw you, Bob. You started
There you
the show off with the screw you, Bob. Let's end it with the screw you, Bob.
There you go. So with that said, we'll wind her down on that. Any last comments, feel free to throw them in there. But thank you all for hanging out. It's been fun. Got a full show out of it, so that's pretty good. Again, every week that happens. And you can look forward to it. Won't be this week. I think it's next week. Next week is the American Gladiators on Netflix. I know. Listen, you that documentary, I enjoyed the American Gladiators, so I'm interested. I saw the first documentary. I was like, I want to see this second one. Apparently, it's a 5-parter, so I'm like, hey, bring it on. Let's go. I'm curious now. Here you go. Ever wonder if Eric is going for a white chocolate stick and it's really just covered in mayo?
Oh, come, Jesus Christ.
Wow. Even you, Eric, your hate is how I know you care. I know, right? It's true. It's true.
It's so
By
disgusting.
the way, real quick at the end, I also I got a chance to watch Creed 3, and I think this weekend I'm finally gonna get to watch friggin' the John Wick movie. I wanted to
saw
rent it.
last night. We saw it. My wife and I watched it last night.
Apparently, it's very long. How was it?
It's if you liked the other ones, it's just as good.
Yeah. The only thing I was a little concerned with is that apparently it's a really long installment.
Keanu Reeves does not have a lot to say. I mean,
No, absolutely
it is an action movie. The movie
Yes.
starts, the movie finishes. There is action all the way through. He doesn't talk much, but he's never been a great thespian. He's an action star, and that's what he should do. Because when he starts talking, he sounds ridiculous.
Are you saying that most excellent is not like high level thespian.
I was at the age to appreciate Bill and Ted when it came out, and even then, I was like, this is ridiculous. I can't do this.
There you go. Well, I'm gonna rent it. I want to watch that one. I did watch Creed 3. I thought it was all right.
I
I think
hadn't got-
they got a little bit fancy with it, but I was fine. I think it was satisfactory. I think the
Listen,
series they've done well with it.
you don't have Rocky in it. It again. I'm old. I've I grew up watching Sylvester Stallone play this character, and all of a sudden in this movie he's not there. I mean,
It makes sense. It literally isn't about him. He
I
was. It was the Creed series is the spin-off series.
I
Sylvester
understand.
Stallone was there to usher into the spin-off.
Well, unless he's dead, he should be in the movie.
Doing what? He handed off the coaching reins. Like, what is he gonna do? Just like, hey, I'm here. Like, he doesn't need to hang out. Like,
His mentor.
dude, let the man go chill.
Mickey.
He's doing his thing.
He's his Mickey. So if you're gonna kill him off, fine, kill him off and let the character move on, just like Rocky did with Mickey. But if he's still alive, he should be in the movie.
I don't know, but anyway, and they did bring back the kid Drago, which I thought was funny. I was like, all right, fair enough. I just thought it was kind of interesting they brought
Oh,
that
so
character
they brought him
in.
back from the last movie.
Yeah,
Oh, all right. Well,
he made sense in the context of what he was doing, and they had the mutual respect thing they brought in. Like I won't spoil it, but he was part of it, but not necessarily being one of the fighters.
yeah.
Like,
All right.
so he participated in it, and his role made sense. I got it. It made sense for what he was doing. This vanilla pudding looks great. Wait a minute.
Oh, God damn it!
He said vanilla pudding. That is not vanilla pudding. I feel like that'd be a great prank to pull on you. It'd be amazing.
Is this show over?
As Sylvester Stallone once said in a movie, "This is never over." Go watch First Blood. It's never over.
Yes.
This is not over. It's never over.
I know. I recall it.
Mm-hmm. It's never over, Eric.
I
It
know.
just isn't. Mhm.
In the police
Anyway.
station. I know.
Yep.
At the end of
What
the
about
movie. I
What
know.
about Boston cream pie?
Oh, good Lord.
See, now you're even getting allusions to it, and now you're getting disturbed by that. Like, what do you want from me, man? I don't know what to tell you. All right, folks, that's enough. So anyway, those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good time. Those of you on the West Coast, you got a little time left, so enjoy that. Otherwise, back next Friday, usual time.
No.
Same
I'm
bad
done.
time, same bad channel.
I'm done.
Oh.
You'll never see me again. I am done. I quit.
I need that in writing. And feel free to include it in the flowery note and leave the curses for floating head out of it, man. Leave it out. It's not necessary. It's uncalled for. Let's think about it. Have a good night. All right, folks. Thank you all for participating in the chat. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, that is always appreciated. We'll see what the hobby folks have for us. We'll see what the hobby news people have for us leading into the rest of the summer. And June here, we'll be back. We got one more show in June, and then we'll be into July. 1 year anniversary of Hobby Doom. So we got that coming. Up. So be excited. All right, Eric's gonna go look at some mountain biking to try to make himself feel better, while dousing himself in mayonnaise.
Oh, shit.
Have a good night. We'll talk later. Have a good one.
Ah.